Good afternoon on the last day of Ars Electronica, and welcome to the last track of Expanded Animation. We will right now kick off the third edition of Synaesthetic Syntax. Synaesthetic Syntax is a collaboration between Ars Electronica, the University of Applied Sciences, Upper Austria, and the University for Creative Arts, Farnham. I'm co-organizing this chapter with Birgitta Hosea since 2020, and it is part of the Ars Electronica Animation Festival and Expanded Animation Symposium in these terms that it's more focusing on the research. So we have this hybrid vision of bringing artists, researchers, experts from different fields, and also researchers in the field of animation, sound, and expanded media together. And we came up with this idea with a call of paper to spread it in the academia and to see how the researchers are responding and sending ideas to us. We started with the keynote speaker, Rose Bond. She's with us, and she will also join the closing note at the end. Will she not? No. She will not join, maybe not. And this year we have a new topic, and it's a pleasure to hand over to Birgitta.
So, hi everybody, just to give you a little bit of background on this symposium. We use the term synesthesia. And synesthesia, as you all know, it's a condition where you get the senses mixed up in your brain. And people often use this as an idea to refer to the fact that we use our senses to find out about the world around us. It's through our senses that we learn about the world. And the last 2 years, we looked at the relationships between sound and vision and expanded animation. And this year we're looking at touch, gesture, and proprioception and the relationship with that and expanded animation. So why are we interested in the senses? So we're interested in looking at the senses because this brings you back to the body. It brings you back to the human being who's using the technology, who's making things with the technology, who's experiencing the technology, rather than simply focusing on the technology itself. So in taking the discussion back to the human, we hope to open up a space for creative, critical and ethical discussions about the use of technology and the making and function of animation in all its most expanded forms. So that's a little bit of background about the symposium. I'd like to welcome our first speaker, Andrew Buchanan. Andy is an independent researcher formerly of Purdue University. Welcome.
Thank you. Switch to the other screen. There we go. Thanks, everyone. Hi. My name's Andy Buchanan. I'm going to talk about some processes involved in digital sculpture. To get there, I'm going to talk about making a whole lot of physical objects and drawings and other things like that. I take the title of my presentation today from this paraphrasing from Malcolm McCulloch, who wrote about digital craft in the late 90s and used the phrase a pure phenomenology of sensate presence, which was his sort of goal that he believed software might enable us to return to a sort of contemplative, fluid interaction with software that he described as this pure phenomenology of sensate presence. And throughout that book, he writes quite a lot and sort of draws on the work of Henri Faucillon, who said, "Art is made by the hands. They are the instrument of creation. But even before that, they're an organ of knowledge." And Faucillon's famous essay In Praise of Hands talks about the depiction of hands, but also particularly about hands as a knowledge-making instrument and a way of interacting with the world, and so on. So I'm a maker of animated images of lots of different kinds. Oh, this is not playing. Hang on a second. Oh, that one's not animated. How disappointing. So I'm sometimes using natural media, sometimes using 2D techniques, drawing, painting. I also have done a series of projects doing improvised drawings. This is a sort of a speed drawing attempt to capture the process of thinking. This is a slightly more considered, but also improvised sequential art form of drawing as a way of capturing the visual impulse of thought. And in these graphic works, I'm inspired by the artist Frederick Frank, who wrote a great book about the Zen of seeing, where he talks about the connection between the eye and the hand, and the ability to connect them as closely as possible being a sort of a way towards using drawing as seeing and drawing as meditation. And so it becomes a form of process art, of course, and he's not so much interested in the resultant drawings, but says, in the end, we must recall that a drawing is not a thing, but an act, especially if we're using it as a process, using it as meditation, and so on. As I said, I also make a whole lot of improvised graphics in different formats. But to come sort of to the point of today's discussion, I also use improvisation in digital animation. And here is both 2D digital animation and 3D animation based on digital sculpture, as well as digital sculpture for more conventional purposes. So this is sort of pre-production for a short film, which is hopefully completed sometime next year. Last few years, I've really focused on this idea of digital sculpture as a form of animating. The point here is that these forms are all improvised. There's no pre-planning, which is very much in contrast to the usual way that 3D animation is done. Normally there's a very rigorous planning scheme, everything's sort of pre-organized. But these are created by simply approaching the digital material itself and seeing which forms want to emerge from that material during the process of creating the sculptures. And so it's related somewhat to the direct carving movement. Some examples here from the 20th century, where the sculptor would approach the material with some sort of impulse, but then let the material speak back to them about what it wanted to become. And so I'm trying to do something similar with the digital material, allowing the sort of polygon grain and the forms to express themselves during the process of making the different shapes. At the center of all those different improvisational practices is the idea of temporal collapse, trying to get a hold of something in a present moment, rather than being involved in thinking that extends through time. So rather than trying to think ahead about so what does this 3D model have to do? How should I design it? How should I arrange the polygons, and being very structured in that way? It's more about trying to get everything reduced down to the moment of the gesture, the moment of creating the form itself. To begin talking a bit more about digital sculpture, I want to talk about the production of, or the creation of, physical objects. I was one of those kids who, at a fairly young age, discovered tools and discovered that I could take things apart with them, and that, this screwdriver fits this screw, and I could, do interesting things like that. So I took apart my dad's stereo when I was quite young, and I remember I was sort of in quite a lot of trouble for that. He was made me feel like I'd done something very bad. And so subsequently I took apart his bicycle. And this was sort of a process of exploring the relationship between tools and how they interact with the world, and how they sort of deliver you potentials to do extra things. And as you become more familiar with the tools, those potentials and those potential interactions with the world expand. I replaced a damaged handle on this kitchen implement, using probably the wrong material, certainly the wrong tools, trying to make a handle that would fit the hand of I think this was for my mother or whatever, so that slicing the cheese would somehow become easier. So this thing would sort of become more integrated with the hand. And you see, most handles on kitchen implements and so on, they're sort of designed for left and the right hand, but being right-handed, I thought, okay, let's make one that's customized for that. I still do this sort of thing. This is some recent knife handles that I made. I carved spoons out of wood with, little knives. I'm on a bit of a quest to, at some point, create all of the furniture in my own house so that I can, that's sort of a different topic altogether, but so I've designed furniture, I've created a range of different physical objects. And the process for each obviously varies quite a bit. During the pandemic, I started making guitars. These are some of the guitars that I made in the last couple of years. And my initial idea for this, sort of leveraging a background in industrial design, was, I know I can make everything in a computer and I can design everything perfectly, and then I can instruct a robot to do the carving for me. And at the time I had access to these wonderful robots, and that's fine as well. But the thing is, the robot doesn't have any respect, or doesn't have much respect for the material. If it comes across a knot in the wood, it just grinds straight through it, and we sharpen the bit later on. When I decided I would be making these myself in my basement, I started thinking about the different ways of interacting with the curves and the shapes and the different hand tools that I had available. And each tool sort of gives you a different opportunity to interact with the material in a slightly different way. And each different shape that you have to take out of the wood requires different sets of tools, and you start to get familiar with how those tools interact with the wood. And you see here there's certain grains which resist or support certain forms that they would like to become, in a way. So, when we think about this idea of a pure phenomenology of sensate presence, and it's more than time for me to come back now to digital sculpture, we're obviously in the territory here of what Merleau-Ponty established as embodiment relations, and Merleau-Ponty's work on the virtual body described a relationship with tools whereby they can become extensions of one's sort of thought body, and in the very best occasions, can do so without drawing conscious attentions to themselves. So, if you think about driving a car, the sense of the edges of the car become your sense of your own body. Henri Fauchelevent, who I mentioned earlier, in his essay In Praise of Hands, described this as, between hand and implement begins an association that will endure forever. One communicates to the other its living warmth and continually affects it. The new implement is never finished. A harmony must be established between it and the fingers that hold it, an accord born of gradual possession, of delicate and complicated gestures, of reciprocal habits, and even of a certain wear and tear. Now the inert instrument becomes alive. So all the different instruments that can be used to act on the surface or the wood or the material all have a different sense of distance, and all, present themselves as available to becoming a proximity to your body, or, at different distances from your hand. The sort of modern version of this idea of embodied cognition generally falls into these two categories. The second being the one that we're most interested here, that is thinking about how thinking works as a part of the psychological, physical, cultural context. I find this diagram particularly useful. And we see at the bottom here, we have the sense of embodied cognition and embedded cognition. But then to bring this back to a discussion about digital production, this second layer of enactive cognition, where we're interacting in environments, is particularly relevant because of the virtual space of the digital model. It exists inside this sort of purely digital, weirdly Cartesian perfection of XYZ space that never actually exists in the real world, but only exists in the digital world. And to mention again, usually creation of 3D models, 3D assets for animation require this very structured process. It's sort of like you have to know what you're doing in sort of a complete view before you can do anything. Like the image that I showed before of the robot making the guitar. The robot needs to know the completed design before it can start any carving. There is no sort of emergence or feedback along the way. And that's typically how 3D models were produced, changing now, of course. 3D sculpture software presents a different interaction paradigm. It allows you to be a lot more interactive and sort of work forwards and backwards along that line. But there's still a sense of teleology where you're still sort of thinking ahead about what this might be used for, how it might be animated, what the shapes and polygon arrangements and so on should be like. This is the sort of setup that I use. And so it's such a contrived and sort of manufactured and fake interaction space here. My question then becomes, what are the possibilities and impediments to creating embodiment relationships between this sort of abstracted interaction and abstracted space and the final models, and what are the sort of issues involved in the feed forward and feedback? How or is it possible to consider digital sculpting as a present or sensory experience? I'm just going to briefly mention 3 issues which I think are central to this. I'll just very quickly mention tools, but because it's such a huge field in itself, that discussion is so deep. And then I want to talk about the idea of a digital surface, and then some issues related to interacting through touch, through sight, through a screen. So, in terms of hardware and software, the thing that I observe is additional levels of pressure sensitivity, resolution, putting the screen on the surface, all those sorts of things only get us so far. The areas for development here are likely to be more in unencumbered interfaces, haptics, force feedback, that sort of thing. But it's very hard for me to imagine an interaction space in the digital which can, effectively mimic something like carving wood with a chisel. I suppose the outcome of my thinking there is perhaps that shouldn't be the goal, that the digital should remain as this sort of weird, hermetic, precise, strange space, rather than trying to constantly emulate the reality, emulate the physical. In terms of software tools, I think there's a risk of what Heidegger referred to as Gestell, or enframing, whereby we start to adopt the thinking and the frameworks and the limitations of software, and we adopt it as the limitations of our own thinking. So if I'm thinking about digital sculpture tools, I start to think in terms of what I know the software can provide, rather than thinking about, what could I possibly bring to bear on this digital surface. So it goes. This is the case, I suppose, with almost all software. The discussion the other day was interesting when we were talking about writing prompts for AI, and we start to learn about which words are like no-go zones. So we start to naturally not use those words as prompts, and then perhaps in the future we start to naturally not think in those terms because we know there's sort of limitations there. So the second of these 3 issues I just want to mention briefly is the idea of a surface. We sometimes, neither of these are playing, here we go. Playing? No. A codec is not good. Oh. Okay. In any case, never mind. Let me continue anyway. We think about these digital surfaces as sort of pure and infinite, and because of their mathematical capabilities, sort of perfect. But you'll notice, you can even see from these still images here, that as you start to carve and shape these polygon mesh surfaces, they do start to exhibit what we might say as like natural digital qualities. Like they have a grain, they have different response rates when you interact with different parts of the mesh that's caused by the density of the vertices. And when you apply the same amount of pressure over here or over here, the reaction of the mesh is different. So one sort of development in my thinking in this area has been, rather than thinking about the digital mesh as having properties, which is sort of a mindset from, an engineering mindset, like what are the properties and positions of this surface, rather to start thinking about it as something that has behaviors. So I can get into sort of an interaction with this digital object, and it behaves in certain ways, and I behave in certain ways in a sort of reciprocal response. In her book, The Storm of Creativity, the architect Conlisk describes the process of using a stubborn or temperamental material in these terms. I chose the material, this is in the case of giving architecture students a particularly challenging situation. I chose the material because I knew that it would not respond to anything imposed on it. A stubborn material is indifferent to what I might want. And so it's quite a different situation trying to be interactive with the digital mesh, whereas usually we're sort of trying to problem solve. I have this design, I need to just impose my shapes, my forms on this mesh to get what I want at the end. We sometimes take our interaction through screens for granted. The visual sense is really important in this case because visual is our means of consumption. It's an interactive part of our eye, hand, brain, Wacom tablet sort of process, but it's also the form in which we're later going to consume whatever we're making here, usually. But what's interesting is that just like the digital surface that's being sculpted, the idea of the screen is somewhat malleable, and we totally just assume this, we start to take it for granted. We can zoom in, zoom out, we can bring up multiple views, which is very much sort of, again, an engineering way of thinking, but we might also consider it almost like a cubist approach, like this is reminiscent of a cubist artist looking at an object from multiple perspectives at the same time. Again, Fauchelon has interesting things to say about the relationship with sight and hands. Sight slips over the surface of the universe. The hand knows that an object has physical bulk, that it's smooth or rough, that it's not soldered to heaven or earth from which it appears to be inseparable. The hand's action defines the cavity of space and the fullness of the objects that occupy it. Surface, volume, density, and weight are not optical phenomena. Man first learned about them between his fingers and in the hollow of his palm. He does not measure space with his eyes, but with his hands and feet. So, despite that, we're using the sense of sight as our whole sort of means of understanding the digital space. And like I said, with the discussion on tools, perhaps it's just a matter of time before we get good enough force feedback and haptic interfaces that we can start to progress beyond there. So, by way of a brief conclusion, coming back to this diagram here between ways of sort of physicalized, embedded, and embodied thinking, as we move up through the embodied and embedded phase into an enactive phase where we're interacting with digital software, we also have this sort of pinnacle at the top of the diagram here, which is situated cognition, which includes, you know, sort of broader social and technical contexts. And here is where we have issues related to socio-technical understanding, techno-ontology, so understanding what is the digital, how does it exist, and sort of as we move up this chain, and for example, like I said, we start to take on the ways of thinking from the software, we maybe lose contact with the bottom levels, which is the more sensory and the more direct. So an easy example is anytime that I need to pull up a list menu in the software, I'm sort of snapped out of that moment of interaction with the surface and brought into a different analytical and abstract way of thinking about the software processes that proceed. Finally, this block by block sense of technical rationalism, like the approach of engineering thinking where everything is logical and in a chain, is very useful. It works. It's good for making animated images. We've relied on this for sort of 30 years plus. Thankfully now it's changing and getting a whole lot more sort of fluid and complicated. But it's important to think about this as a phenomenon, as an issue, because itself, this technical rationalist sort of mini production flow is a part of a broader consumption and production scheme that is in sort of every level of society. And you could sort of label it capitalist if you like, but this idea of means to an end thinking, where I'm doing this process in order to this, in order to that, is sort of at odds with anything emergent or anything improvised or anything ultimately, I think, sort of expressive, and certainly in the case of digital sculpture as processed art. Thank you.
So we've got time for a few questions. Does anybody have any questions? Yep. Over here. Have you got a microphone?
It's okay. Maybe I can do it.
We've got people on YouTube, so it's quite good to use a microphone.
Okay, good. So I have two questions actually regarding the workflow of sculpting with hands. One is, what do you think about Gravity Sketch or VR environments for providing a platform for this, which on one hand creates that kind of embodiment in the space, but on the other hand still you have to negotiate with these digital behaviors of the material. And the second question, if you ever thought of, I mean, we are working on something similar. We are capturing physical models while modeling and having an immediate digital version of that on a screen, which you can then manipulate with your digital tools. And I was wondering if you think that kind of method could bring us closer to hand sketching or hand sculpting in the digital.
Okay.
Like Kinect capturing or...
Yeah, sort of photogrammetry.
Yeah, I mean, it's more, photogrammetry, like camera and distance mapping, or also LiDAR.
Yeah. Yeah, great, thanks, great questions. I think the first question relates to tools for digital sculpting in VR, which there are very many, and they're getting better really quickly. I think it's fantastic, but there's a trade-off. You know, we trade off being immersed in a space, which is obviously beneficial in terms of being able to see in 3 dimensions, rather than trying to imagine 3 dimensions through a 2-dimensional screen. But there's no interaction, so you don't know when you're touching something. We end up, in my experience anyway, in this really weird, drifty sort of dance with the object where there's a little bit of visual feedback sometimes. Sometimes you see an icon sort of running on the surface of a model as you try to sort of touch it. But there's nothing preventing your hand going through the model in space. So it becomes sort of a weird dance, I think. And that's traded off against, you know, the benefits of being able to sort of tap on the tablet, but then you're confined to a purely, you know, unimmersed experience. So I'm not sure that one is better than the other. Obviously, the future is probably some combination of both, where, you know, you'll get a VR handle that will sort of stop at the edge of like a haptic interface. In terms of the second question, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I would love to see the workflow that you're working with, but you know, some of my hesitations are about, you know, when you're learning software and you're learning how all the list menus and everything operate and like where all the tools live, those moments when you're taken out of sort of a natural interaction. You're forced into, now I have to do this step and now I have to do this other step. I don't know if your camera capture is very fluid or if you have to sort of break one way of thinking to jump into a different way of thinking to acquire the model to then work on it. So I don't really know what the answer is, but I'd love to see it. Okay, thanks.
I think we had another question.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. You spoke a lot about fluidity during the creative process, and I was wondering which parts of this creative process of modeling with these tools that you're using now, the digital ones, where do you see the fluidity, in which segments, because some of them might be more fluid than others, I suppose?
Yeah, I find it's really unpredictable. Over the course of the last decade or so, I've tried a great many different things to try to get into that space of fluidity. I created joysticks with a single button to advance frames for 2D animation. I made an animation machine where you slide something across and it just advances one physical page. We can do things like hide all of the interface except for the model. So the opportunities for, let me perhaps rephrase your question the other way around. Like, what breaks the fluidity for me is being forced to think practically about what the software needs, you know? We've all probably had the experience of learning the keyboard shortcut for zoom in, zoom out, you know, and when that becomes part of your physical knowledge, not part of your sort of thinking process, you start to work much faster and more fluidly, and you certainly don't think about it anymore. Like if you can type, we don't think about the locations of the letters. So for me, it's more about removing as many things as possible that might sort of break you out of the moment of being in the interaction. But, you know, I'm a little bit of a scatterbrain, and like, even when I'm working on sculpting something, I'll get distracted sometimes every 10 seconds, sometimes every 2 minutes. I guess it's just a bit like meditation. It's just trying to find a moment where it's working and then trying to increase the frequency of those moments however you can technically. Yeah. Thank you.
Do we have any more questions? Yep.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If I understood right your argument, you describe us the transition from the physical sculpturing to the digital one. And I would like to ask you if your experience with digital sculpturing somehow influenced also your practice or your thinking about that physical sculpturing. For example, if you use like prototyping in digital media and then you do it physically, or how are these relationships between physical and digital sculpturing?
Thank you. My background originally was in industrial design, and so I have sort of a hangover of this engineering mindset of like understanding things like manufacturing processes a little bit. And that certainly made 3D animation and 3D modeling make sense to me from that perspective. And I think I would say that I'm sort of a reformed designer tending towards artist, as I'm trying to, you know, trying to drop some of those habits. And I think that applies both to physical and the digital space, almost the same way, I think. Yeah.
I think that we need to draw it to a close there and move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much, Andy.
Thank you.
Andy's still here if you want to ask him questions. So our next speaker, Jānis. Welcome. While you're plugging in, just to introduce Jānis Garančs, who's an artist and immersive media researcher. And you're currently based in Cologne, is that correct?
Actually, now Riga. I was
Riga, back in Riga.
Years, yeah, but now I'm back
You're
in Riga.
from Riga originally? Back
from Riga and
back in Riga.
Yeah.
Great. And you're going to look more at the idea of kind of gesture and instruments. Great. All working? Yep.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. Today I'm going to talk about investigations into gestural and touch interaction.
Sorry, Jānis, could you please?
Microphone, yeah. Hello. Today I'm going to talk about investigations into gestural and touch interaction with anisotropic metaphors for audiovisual virtual instruments. And this presentation highlights main concepts and reflects on examples of projects by some other people and also a few of mine that feature mappings of change of multiple values, audiovisual content, or for example, visualizing or sonifying various data. And there's a little video. So this is actually, even the quality shows it. It actually made a long time ago when I was a student in mid-90s, when I was trying to kind of mix physical reality with the imaginary reality, and I did sort of kind of playing with this ephemeral medium of digital image. And what I do is actually, I do not map hands. I did it opposite, all the way around. First I filmed my hands, and then I made some kind of warping of the object. So this is kind of some of the departure point from my previous education, being a painter, and going through classical art, and then moving into digital audiovisual installations that I quite often use a stereoscopic imagery that interact with audience, and I've been playing with a kind of generative algorithms. This is kind of like time series of evolvement over, let's say, 15 minutes of time, or 5 minutes, depends on the piece, old kind of loop, which usually were exhibited in galleries. Sometimes in 2D, sometimes in 3D, using stereoscopic image. And also kind of involving human motion and kind of motion capture data, and so I was playing around, and actually some of this stuff I was showing at Ars Electronica 20 years ago, and this is again like a series of kind of mutation from abstract object into kind of a figurative form, representation of a human presence, shapes, and kind of and tapestry that it kind of like live painting of kind of manifestation of human presence, like physical and kind of conceptual, like even body parts in different languages and so on. I did also some number of other projects, collaborator projects with the people who like visualization of. Sorry for jumping. And this is kind of. I spent a couple of years in first being an artist. I spent a couple of years in a kind of serious research, a full-time job, and in one European research project led by Fraunhofer Institute called Live, where the focus was some kind of concepts of the future media delivery system, sort of next generation of TV that would use, coming from the left, like content sources that would range from multiple cameras, statistics databases, and that would feed into kind of TV production system that would have, you know, the usual control room and some kind of director which would work on some kind of score translation into a live show experience, and that would deliver in the end some kind of choices of channels and feedback. And it was really complex system involving kind of algorithms analyzing the content, so for example recognizing a type of sport even from algorithms. To making it short, the focus was to work on also content delivery, not only content delivery, but production. And the new metaphors were introduced, and one of them was called a video conductor, so from classical music, that you would work with kind of curves of emotional tension and kind of a saturation of the timeline, and that was kind of a departure from this rigid mechanical of you know, switching through cameras, so it would be more parameters to be taken care of, and issues like collaboration and then kind of dynamic timelines. And that also in a way reflected to my earlier work that I was thinking about the audiovisual objects as some kind of different levels of timeline, that kind of global, which deals with kind of global synchronization of audio and image, and going to kind of deeper into kind of objects, kind of elements that create that longer score, and even kind of down to the elements of working with the pixels and the volume frequencies and I think I've noticed also in recent years that there is actually trend to integrate the various aspects of sonic interaction, human-computer interaction, audiovisual performance, and even cognitive psychology. And researchers Nuno Correa and Atao Tanaka recently published a paper called Audiovisual User Interfaces, AVUI, as kind of novel type of user interface linking interaction, sound, and image. And that would sort of extend the concept of graphical user interface. And this is one of their case studies when they were working on a series of audiovisual performances, and they were integrating the kind of shapes as a kind of a, it was growing into kind of content itself, and this is example of AVUI layout pointing to different user interface elements, and they were sort of proposing that this could be probably in the next level of problem solving that usually a lot of artists try to, they are forced actually to develop their own tools, and because some of the popular software addresses some of the needs, but then there's due to kind of stylistic concerns or collaboration problems with, you know, musician and visual artist, you need some kind of common platform. And there is a new, also I would say, new field which is called immersive analytics as a kind of proposal title, and it's a field of investigating potentials of novel interface features, and it is some kind of fusion of recent developments of visualization, auditory displays, computing, machine learning, and neuroaesthetics as some kind of a category that is applicable also, not like really neuroscientists, but also from point of view of artists, how they work with kind of psycho-emotional involvement of the audience and also the producer itself. And later I will propose some of my approaches to this field that, for example, use of 3D interfaces and sometimes have not led to the, let's say, not follow the hype of that kind of comes in a wave of excitement of using VR for, you know, solving a lot of design problems or kind of visualization problems, and because it kind of comes and goes into a certain disillusion, and so I've also put my own artistic interest and also research interest in some kind of dynamic interaction models that also pick up from other areas like immersive experience design or data and process visualization and sonification and interfaces. And this is my also kind of a tool set from probably 10-15 years ago when I was playing with also, I think that you mentioned with the whole kind of range of MIDI inputs, some kind of 3D navigating game joystick and 3D Oculus first version when it came out was quite exciting. And these are maybe some of you recognize also some of the favorite tools for a lot of people who worked in 3D. The so-called space mouse, where you could have usually for your other hand for example, a left-handed, you could control 6 axes of movement, and people actually have stopped using that. They felt like that. Somebody said that it felt like their left hand has been cut off when they had to be somewhere else, and so much you can get used to that. And these very simple various tools to kind of capture the gesture and also even finer the details that this famous tablet from Wacom. Is it Wacom? Yeah. In tools, they also have this stick or pen can have also, for example, angle sensitivity that kind of increases well, at least they say so, the control of detail, the kind of trying to mimic real brush, and this device has been used also for not only graphical design but audiovisual performances and kind of mapping these parameters to, for example, MIDI or open sound control and so on. Talking about MIDI, let's say with like 20, 30 years ago, when some of our best video resolution was 640, and then going up to, you see the actually relationship with the MIDI standard values, which is 128 degrees or increments. That relationship goes quite high up. For example, the 8K the system here probably already has 62 pixels, which is quite a lot if you talk about some kind of contrast between small and big detail. And of course, there have been a number of efforts to extend this wonderful standard MIDI, and there have been new instruments developed with the kind of augmenting the MIDI standard that includes kind of various strategies of capturing of really sensitive, like finger tip pressures that are not kind of possible with the, let's say, electronic keyboards maybe 10 years ago. And there are some number of experiments I did with putting audiovisual content coming. As I said, this kind of painterly approach to generate every new painting every 30 or 60 60th of a second a new picture, and kind of trying to put them together as some kind of audiovisual composition, and kind of playing with that. So let's hope the video will start. Maybe the sound bit more. And kind of, that was previous then also like 15 years ago with the kind of playing with the joystick, and this one is painting in a space with some input, various, so I was trying out various input devices, and that has to be kind of observed within stereoscopic imagery, which is kind of creating kind of somewhat sculptural objects in the space, which is difficult to see in 2D, of course, but the progressivity of sound maybe kind of illustrates the visual effect. it was a mixture of gesture and kind of algorithmic variation. So every time it was different. It was different result. About the kind of synaesthetic relationships, one is of course this medical or kind of physiological condition of some small percentage of people experience certain sounds or kind of sensations there's of course a way of kind of create algorithmic relationships, and there's also some kind of interesting examples from people who have analyzing, animating, for example, bird sounds and so on. But these are that was kind of rendered, animated, and there is great deal of literature. I left it for a couple of seconds for those maybe who want to kind of stop frame it later. And to deal with these various challenges, there have been a number of proposals to create the taxonomies and notation of spatialization in terms of audiovisual content. And that could be kind of various aspects could be also put in different hierarchies and internal relationships, and therefore actually I kind of propose anisotropy as a kind of metaphor which comes from nature, that is a concept describing orientation, direction dependent properties of materials and space, which comes from like a cellular level to space, and that also the same kind of structure could be used to organize audiovisual content and kind of using multi-channel sound. And there have been a number of efforts to work with a kind of augmented reality interfaces. This is from Behringer, which in a way kind of looked like a cool gimmick, but I don't know how useful is it actually to work on a kind of real performance. And so there are new devices. So I have a couple of minutes left, I think. Yeah. I'll show. My proposal is to kind of to approach this problem of kind of separating the physical and virtual space, and creating kind of intermediary interface that is kind of same time can become part of the content and also as a tool. There's applications that could be useful, for example, financial data visualizations, which I'll skip through today, but just to show a couple of more minutes. So that the space is kind of like a hidden map of various. Do you have a sound? Because it should be sound. Okay. And so it was kind of like a study. It's not a finished artwork. It's kind of the working kind of generating sounds and image kind of on a same kind of closed loop within the scene. And as I said, that this is intention to work as a kind of immersive experience with the stereoscopic glasses and multiple sounds. So the sounds you hear are somehow kind of mixed into stereoscopic. Make a little bit louder, please. So in a way, putting this kind of VJ tool set into artwork, itself. 2 minutes, yeah, and 1 minute, yeah, okay. So in conclusion, I think that multimodal interface elements that can combine artificially induced synesthesia and adaptive dynamic concept mapping to spatial audio structures can enhance triggering of flow and efficiency in performance in complex, focus-demanding scenarios. And I think the future probably is also to getting certain machine learning into this kind of feedback loop between interface, or kind of helping map the performance space and measuring the various latencies between, for example, sound waves in open large distances or loop within kind of different converter systems. That has to be also taken into account, and therefore the metaphor of anisotropy, I think that could be, it has inspired me to work for some time. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you very much. Can I just double check what you're proposing? Are you proposing an artwork in which a crowd or an individual comes in, moves, and then generates sound and visuals?
I think I would like to kind of work on this continuum between a tool and artwork experience. That, like for example, the installation could run it by itself, but then also it could be also performed by the expert, the one who has created it, or has kind of spent a lot more time to do it, and so it becomes like a performance piece. And also to give certain input for visitor to kind of, if he wants, to be a bit more active to participate, and blending the tool with the result, sort of, which is usually kind of stays. You have that interface and the product. And some there, I think there's certain connections that I think are interesting.
So are you generating this through some kind of motion capture, a gesture capture?
That could be, that would be probably, I think I was, there is also kind of collision of, for example, how you deal with like really finite finger movements that especially instruments like violin or piano, is really important how you move your fingers. But then the other extreme, if you use the full body, and then there's the question of the scale. I think that in my case I have certain set of kind of really personal way of dealing with that. But I'm proposing certain kind of a more abstract framework that would kind of be adaptable, adapt kind of really. Expert approach, and also some kind of really brutal approach to somebody once tries to break this kind of almost physically, and that would be able to accommodate that. It's I think it's a kind of problem for a lot of artworks and museums, and this is certain energy, or even also physical energy, or the energy of other types of people who are kind of really much more, let's say, meditative or detail conscious. There's a big range which has to be kind of accommodated.
Okay. Are there any questions from the floor? Otherwise, I might ask. Oh yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. I like very much the artworks you showed us, and I would like to ask you if they were like live or it's recorded.
Some of the works were kind of just screen recordings of a live, yeah. And I'm working on a live. The live is my current focus, yeah, because there were some. I mean, the still pictures. Well, actually, in short, yes, live, yeah.
Yep. Another question.
So just to be clear, you're working on kind of a visual, an instrument for visualizing, for visuals in a way, in order to sort of play or perform them? And I guess, is it always generative, or can you have cued works?
You mean sort of like a score, or I think this I would like to. I consider myself also as a person kind of shifts between structure and impulse and emotion. So I think the score is important, even if you have at least kind of basic dramaturgical line or kind of a playing field, and then you play within it. I think the score is important, kind of at least sketch for it.
Yeah, another question here.
I'm wondering, with the investment that you are putting in, how you may be expanding your research into involving other users. The potentials and capacities of a visual language involve diversity, and perhaps I'm wondering if what you're generating is coming solely through your own desires, or if you're involving others and their potential aesthetics.
I briefly mentioned some projects I've done it together with other people. That you know, for example, my input was certain visualization using, for example, a specific scenario, or even it could be combined with a live video but that's actually maybe a different project. I was at some point kind of dreaming of some kind of a festival infrastructure system that could build sort of like a blend between two artworks, that the two artists come together and they pick some elements from one artwork and kind of mix together into kind of new life form, and that would be some kind of symbiotic or kind of fusion that also should be possible with certain algorithms. So I'm also, as I said in short, I work sometimes alone, sometimes I work with other people, and that's obviously sometimes result is something else that everybody has expected.
Unfortunately, we need to move on now to our next speaker, Jana. But we can pick up this discussion at the end, because I think there's fascinating resonances between your two papers with the idea of haptic knowledge and what the user might bring to that interface. For example, a dancer, the embodied knowledge they might bring compared to a non-dancer, and the different sort of responses they might trigger. So just... Jana's coming now. Can you play the intro slide for Jana while she gets the computer set up? Thank you. And our next speaker is Jana Horáková, who's Associate Professor in New Media Art from Masaryk University in Prague. So, is it all working? Hopefully your sound is working. And in the wrap-up session at the end, we will have a chance to think about the links between all the different papers and have a further discussion. Welcome, Jana.
So hello everyone, it's my big pleasure to be here and to be part of this symposium. So first of all, let me thank you to organizers for having me. In my presentation called Searching for Gestures of Freedom and Intensities within Interactive Media Art, I would like to share with you some theoretical concept, because I think I am the only theoretician here among the speakers. And my presentation is informed with the theory of interactivity and by the redefinition of new media art as programmed art, which happened under the labels of software studies or software art at the beginning of the 21st century. This presentation introduces basic outlines of theoretical framework for the study of interactive media art as gesture art. This redefinition enables us to overcome the reductionist trap of defining new media art with a focus narrowly on the material part of the artwork. To approach the interactive media art as gesture art means to think about these artworks as programmed media consisting of scores and scripts and of performative, collaborative, and participatory events and experiences they provide. To define the program media as gesture art means to treat them as one of the live art formats, which allows us to explore their poetics using the vocabulary of language of art by Nelson Goodman and poetics of elements by Gaston Bachelard. What I mean when I refer to media art as gesture art. Let me start with definition of the gesture itself. The dictionary defines a gesture as a movement, especially a movement of hand that expresses something or emphasizing speech. There are various theories of gestures, theatrical, anthropological, cultural. Media philosopher and cultural theorist Wilhelm Flusser called for establishing a new theory of gestures, and he called it the general theory of gestures, which goal would be to search for gestures within the interactions in the information society, in his terminology, within an apparatus-operator complex. This theory of gestures is supposed to be a counterpart to information science. Its goal is not to strive for scientific objectivity or to teach some technical skills like programming, but rather its mission is to become a bridge between the critical academic reflection of cultural phenomena of the information society and the field practice of so-called engaged science. According to Flusser, this new science goal is to search for gestures among the overproduction of mere movements within the apparatus-operator complex, whereas movements are, according to him, thoughtless actions which just follow the prescribed protocols. Doesn't matter if they are very simple or primitive or at virtuoso or expert levels. On the other hand, the gestures are according to Flusser, rare expressions of resistance, freedom, and deflection. In his book, The Language of Art, Nelson Goodman addresses gestural art, which he named allographic work. According to him, allographic works include works of music, theater, or dance. All these art forms consist of scores or scripts and their executions, and none of these executions can gain the stamp of the original. In opposition to gestural allographic works, he placed autographic works, like paintings or sculptures, and it means such works which are given their final form by the author and for which we can distinguish between originals and their copies. Goodman indicates the close relationship between gestural art and the allographic work in the chapter devoted to dance. He wrote, "The possibility of notation for dance was one of the initial questions that led me to exploring notational systems, because dance is visual like painting, which lacks notation, and yet ephemeral and temporal, like music, whose notation is highly elaborated and standardized." End of the quote. In this context, Goodman refers primarily to Laban's notation system that you can see on the picture, which is meant to be used not only for dance, but generally for human movements. From approximately the beginning of the 20th century, we can observe artistic efforts to liberate gesture from subordination to language and rid it of a mere illustrative function across different art forms. The concept of gesture as pure energy visualization, a movement about itself, and means of sensory perception of the trajectory and the rhythm of the release energy began to be applied. Among the early manifestations of these efforts, we can include the Italian futuristic photographic technique, photodynamism. Its authors, Antonio Giulio Bragaglia and his brother Arturo, applied the futuristic aesthetics of universal dynamics to photography. To capture the energy released by the movement of the gesture, they used several lamps that bathed the scene in light to divide the gesture or the released energy from its source, like a movement of the body parts. In my opinion, a modern artist expresses the inner world in his work. In other words, he expresses energy, movement, and other inner forces, wrote Jackson Pollock. A typical example of artistic efforts to liberate gesture is gestural painting, particularly by the leading representative of American abstract expressionism, Jackson Pollock. Since 1947, he has created paintings in style reminiscent of dance with a brush or other source of colored pigment, which, as if by accident, leaves traces of the creative act on the canvas spread out on the ground. His paintings are kind of ex post scores, capturing the dynamics of bodily gestures. Thus, they can be interpreted as records of the primal movements of the mind taking place in the depths of unconscious. Identifying this writing as a special kind of text would not solve the problem, because the purpose of a computer program is not to be written or read, but to be executed, wrote Stefan Holtgein in his paper, How to Do Things with Keys, Assembly Programming as Kind of Gesture. In the list of allographic works or the gestural art, we can also include works of art created in the programmed media. Viewing a programmed work as an allographic gestural artwork leads us to its definition as an open structure made up of programmed game rules and processes, the scripts, and their executions, the performances, in the interaction of the user and the programmed work. Noah Vardry-Pruin refers to such works as expressive processing, but perhaps it would be more accurate, at least in the context of this paper, to speak of programmed creative gestures. Vardry-Pruin describes programmed work as a system created from the relationship between data and processes and the interaction between the surface or interface and the user. A user activity, his or her gestures, is the trigger mechanism that sets programmed processes into motion. They are performed in certain time and particular spatial constellation, for example, in situation defined by the interface between hidden processes, their effects manifested on the computing device's surface, and the user's actions. This definition of interactive programmed artworks points to the performative, gestural nature of the programmed work. The gesture character of interactive programmed art can be described as a series of movements that gradually fulfills the script. Thus, it can be compared to the performance of a dancer executing choreography. Dance can take many forms. It can be formal and tame, like dance in a ballroom, passionate and sensual, like a tango on the street, wild and unrestrained, like a rave party, and sophisticated, like classical ballet or any other dance style. The same applies to programmed interactive artworks. The gestures inscribed into the programmed media can be very subtle and minimal, spectacular, subversive, anarchistic, or else. Thinking about programmed artwork as gestural art can be done by applying Gaston Bachelard's poetics of elements. For example, his Poetics of Water allows us to differentiate between types and intensities of interactivity provided by programmed media. From the mere splashing or the surface play of scrolling the content of social media, through the immersive experience of computer game players or immersons into virtual reality, to deep dives of those who intervene directly into the code to influence the very behavior of the given media. Since the late of the 20s and the beginning of the 21st century, we often meet with gestural programmed artworks, which are more than anything else amplified, extended, or postponed results of gestures of their creators, like artistic viruses or code works. We can effectively relate Bachelard's poetics of air to them. According to Wilhelm Flusser, the air is the primary medium. It's an archetype of all communication media, actually. Airwaves are characterized by easy availability as they surround us, and at the same time, the human organism is well equipped and adapted to use air as communication medium to share information encoded in natural languages. The gestural programming media can gain different forms and intensities of these air artworks. Thus, the poetics of air can help us articulate the intensity of the interactive artwork. It can be as subtle as the breath through which we constantly interact with our environment. However, it can be also take form of windstorm, making hurricane, making the air this transparent, evasive medium, explicit, and even overwhelming, dangerous element. To illustrate what I mean by programmed gestural art subtle like a breath, I would like to refer to a schoolwork by Andrew Spitz from 2012, Me Doing This. This was made in MX MSP, the records, and visualizes the program's gestures while programming the software. The author compressed the programming process lasting more than 9 hours into 2 minutes and 30 seconds long recording. Spitz records the programming processes taking place on the level of the unconscious at the moment of the creation of the work. The result gains character of a gestural painting or score from which we can reconstruct the choreography of gestures of programming retrospectively. We can say that this work is kind of remake of a gestural painting of Jackson Pollock, as it's to an expression of the subconscious primal movements of his mind working on this software. The gestural programmed artwork can be also wild and overwhelming as a windstorm or hurricane too. For example, I refer to Alex McLean Fork Bomb, the artistic virus written in parallel programming language. The output of the approximately 30-line forkbomb.p program is binary data, seemingly randomly arranged ones and zeros on a black background, creating the impression of a kind of minimalist score. The output on the monitor is a result of the fusion of an artistic algorithm and the operating system in which it's running in a speed of sprint. Dirk Piesmans, one of the members of the artistic duo Jody, who has been active on the scene of artistic activism in program media since the 90s, often offers an analogy to understand the wilderness of program media. He regularly conducts events called air plays, where he uses oxygen bombs to shock the audience by releasing strong air currents. Using the air medium, he evokes the feeling of danger spread from confrontation of the audience with the element of air that has gone out of control. It gains enormous power and turns against everything that stands in its way. Just like a computer virus, the element of air also has a, let me quote, naturally excessive character, Piesman says. And to conclude, reflection on the nature of gestures in the context of programmed media led us to include programmed and interactive work among gestural art or allographic works alongside music and dance. The definition of interactive programmed art as gestural art is also a game changer for preservation policy. It calls for contextual anchoring of the artwork as a process or event in the network architecture of World Wide Web, as well as in the context of ideologies surrounding technical progress and especially emerging from the ethos of cyber subcultures based on non-hierarchy of network and hackers ethos, which is manifested in culture production based on recycling, sharing, or contextual sensitivities. The gestures as manifestations of freedom and resistance within apparatus operator complex, as Flusser calls them, can be preserved only by keeping them alive as a part of living culture, as an everyday, repeated, dancing ritual. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Jana. That was brilliant. That was really thought-provoking and interesting. So I like your idea about the gesture as the kind of the free choice of the human that's setting the performance in the computer off. But I wonder how you would respond to looking at gesture in another way. Gesture is something that is socially defined, that we're haunted by. So I'm thinking about Judith Butler and performativity and the idea that we're haunted by gestures and we reproduce the gestures that we see in the society that surrounds us. So rather than being freed by gesture, perhaps we're oppressed by gesture. What would you
but
think
I think
about
that I use the terminology of Wilhelm Flusser, and he suggests to use word movement when we just repeat by the society, like imprinted movements into us. It's just mere movement. Standby, behavior is mere movement for him, and he doesn't differentiate between a human or machine. Whatever is programmed this way is just moving, not gesturing. And maybe I should reveal my background, because I used to be ballet dancer. That's why I know that you can somehow build your own gesture language, individual and highly artistic at the same time, but it needs some self-discipline, self-awareness, and some different, not just mimicking the behavior of other people. So I was talking about artistic gestures, and I think that they are mostly, of course, they can be like parodies and exaggerations of the social movements, or they can be gestures of resistance and critique of the society. So, Flusser used different. I think that he would call movements the gestures Butler is talking about.
Oh, it's fascinating. Has anyone got any questions? Yep.
You mentioned Laban notation, and I was wondering, so I'm not familiar with the state of the art, but we discussed yesterday to use Laban notation in the context of animation, as there are some quite interesting aspects to control, to define animation. So I think in terms of character animation it failed, but you also showed some particle animation where you have forces and you can give energy. So I was just thinking, as you're coming from dance, so this connection to animation, do you see that there is a need to bring the Laban notation to animation, or is there something that is...
I think it might be not Laban's notation, but it is one of the most famous. What is interesting that dance doesn't have like generally used notation system. That's what the Goodman said, that in the contrary to the music, we usually learn from our older colleagues these movements. We don't use notation in practice, but Laban tried to do it. And I have to say that I was here on the presentation where they show it, and I like it very much. And I remember that they made a kind of database of movements, and they connected with emotions. And I think that it can be like enlarged also with the category, for example, of that intensity of the gesture, because it's not only the curve of the gesture, but also the speed, or the how deep I'm able to go into the system, for example, to intervene into it. It's just, if it's just like chatbot I'm talking with, I'm scrolling the social media, or I am really reprogramming, or I'm building my own tool, or hacking the software to prepare my own personalized medium to express myself. So it's like enlarging this. I have screenshots of these presentations, and I would like to contact these colleagues. It was really interesting, and for me, very much, I like that they stress that movement is maybe one of the last human characteristics which are such individual that you can't reproduce, that it's kind of like like fingerprint. So I think there is potential, but I have to say I share with you some ideas. I would like to elaborate more further. Yeah, I think that there is potential because it's definitely the new media art is more like time-based art than, for example, visual art, but in the virtual space. Or I maybe because my background, I feel it like this.
Then again, we get back to Andy's point about haptic knowledge, and with the dancer, the body is the archive. Body as an archive. Yeah, that's another possibility how to use the digital databases, because that's something that is of my interest too, that I use the digital media as an art theoretician to work with like artificial intelligence to discover some schemes or repeated motifs or in these big data sets. So I think that we can use it also to protect, for example, knowledge of like folk dance, but also, for example, of the classic dance of the certain ballerina, because no one do it the same way. And it's just a very ephemeral artwork that just disappears after like 15 years when you are too old to dance. And yeah, so it would be very nice to use this digital media to find the essence of the individuality of the every like movement style. We had some more questions, I think. I think you got the microphone next.
Yeah, just on that point, thank you for your talk. Your redefinition was really intriguing, I thought. But just on your point about the like individuality of movement, that potential there, I know in his like kind of conversation around photography, Flusser was concerned about kind of like the apparatus and the presence of the apparatus in the process, ultimately leading to a form of totalitarianism in the art form, where the kind of limitless possibility of image making was foreclosed by the presence of a camera defined by, I guess in that case, like the manufacturer. Some of his takeaways from this I find really prescient in terms of people's kind of active resistance to that trajectory inherent in making work through that kind of apparatus, only kind of enrich the kind of optics and the perception of potentiality attached to it. And I think that's like really true in terms of apps gathering your data. Maybe you tweeting about how much you hate Twitter is just enriching the kind of data set that Twitter hold, right? So I just was wondering if you had any kind of comment on that, and by actually like taking these gestures into that space of scoring and digitizing and like binary information and that kind of apparatus, that actually, rather than opening up new possibilities, the kind of horizon of what's possible is being removed from our individual control and also accelerating towards us in quite a dramatic fashion.
Yeah, I think that I understand your point. Thank you very much. Maybe I would refer to another dichotomy of terms Flusser used concerning the possibility or possibility to be really creative and free within the apparatus operator complex. He defined two users of this media, robots who just follow the instructions. For example, he's talking very often about camera. And he says when you use camera as it should be, you are just following instructions and you are just a robot making the camera work. Actually, you are in the service of the apparatus to make it work. But then they are players. And they are able, as a chess, he refers to chess play. You play the game, you are not quitting. But you are able to overcome the other player or the system, the programmer, maybe by learning to program or reprogram the media. I think that he's aware of the dystopia of the apparatus operator complex, and there is no escape from it. But we are able to perform some strategies of subversion, to searching for some escape gates. And yeah, so I think in this thing he is quite realistic that there is no way to go to, I don't know, to forest to put away your phone, but that you can be aware user, and not to become like, he calls it robot. Yeah, so, yeah, I like on his philosophy that there are every time like two meanings in it. You can see the dystopian character of his, for example, chamber music, what he used as a metaphor for us, just clicking onto the screens and sharing our like pseudo arts or art together and making remakes of the artworks of somebody else. And nobody, the chamber music, it means that nobody is watching because all of us are part of it. But at the same time, he offers some hope, some possibility, but yeah, but he approach to the future, so he's not like such a sociologist who would like talk about the present. So it's more like speculation on his side, so that he reminds us that we have choice, that we should be aware of our behavior, our usage, but there is no like simple answer, I would say.
Should have one more question over there.
Hello. My mind is spinning. You bring up so many challenging questions and ways of reimagining how it is we might identify inauthentic and authentic quality of gesture. And I guess at a really ordinary kind of level, I'm wondering if we think about perhaps the data of gesture that might be captured. I'm wondering if how you're imagining it, is it abstracting the sort of the biometrics of that gesture? Is it abstracting the psychological history of that person's gesture, that emotive expression of the gesture, how all of these things are such an incredible mesh that is involved with that arisal and performance of that momentary gesture, however long or short it might be. Can this recording of that gesture actually exist without those things in tow and be called authentic?
Of course not, because dance is the art form that is like live art. It's by definition something that happens here and now. But still, I think, as an art historian, that we are missing the means of protecting this kind of artwork and, for example, to be able to study the style or the gestures of some dancers from previous time. So that's one thing, that the recording can, it depends on the purpose. It can be like archiving because of the research needs, but also it can be, of course, used as a kind of means of enlarging our possibilities of expression, because human body has some limited possibilities how to express, even within the dance. And the technology, for example, there's different devices of visualization of human brains activity and EKG, EEG, and so on. They can be seen as another means of using or expanded possibilities of human body used as a medium of expression itself. But then, of course, yeah, so it's another thing. But of course, it can be also misused or somehow dangerous to collect this data. Yeah, it's everything. Life is very risky.
Finish there to go on to the break, but we can return to these fascinating topics at the end. So we've got this. So thank you for introducing the multifaceted faceted concept of performance here in terms of performativity, in terms of gesturing, in terms of liveness and improvisation, in terms of efficiency of the use of tools. And we've also got this idea of the automatism and the apparatus. So lots of things to think about later on. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Hi. Hi, how are you? Thank you. I appreciate. Hi.
Hello, back. Welcome back to the last track of synesthetic syntax. We will continue with 4 presentations. And the first one is by Liliana Conlisk Gallegos from the United States and from Mexico, exactly from the border. And she will give an insight into project that is still in progress and will be probably starting or be presented next year. And we unfortunately could not have you here, or you couldn't make it to Linz, but you have prepared a very inspiring presentation, and we will watch the presentation and then we will have the possibility to talk to you. Thank you.
Before the sixth sun, there was already a land full of life and color. The fifth sun said, "Pro," and life flowed out of every corner. Under the hot beams dwelt the cactus and their flowers, the Apache plume, the Jericho rose, white sage, huachocoyoling, chuparosa, dandelion, marigold, and devil's claw. So many more grew under the recurrent blessing of the southern breeze, caressed and watered by the raindrops of the north. We learned to see naturally occurring plants and herbs as weeds or as eyesores to the imposed version of nature that we call a garden. This is how current white supremacist ideology portrays and imagines natives, African people, and their descendants living in colonialist nation states as perpetual foreigners, as weeds ruining the landscape. The evidence is in how we are continually represented in mass media and in films, and in how we are treated by institutions where individuals keep uttering "all lives matter," echoing a dissonant ignorance that will be forever recorded in history. Living in the desert area of the Inland Empire of California has opened my eyes to the stupidity that is to obsess over the maintenance of a green grass and flower-based garden, which at best is not desertic and at worst has a dire impact on water resources. It is too reminiscent of living in accordance with coloniality, forcing what is not because we're told it should be. This is an example of how even through the choices that we make for the aesthetics of the home, it can be so easy for us as individuals to blindly and unconsciously follow supremacist ideologies and actually serve as willful agents of the matrix of power of coloniality, upholding ideals rooted in hierarchical and exclusionary methods of white supremacy. To showcase the forces of coloniality and its counter-resistance through decolonial aestheses, or what Walter Mignolo refers to as the processes of thinking and doing, of sensing and existing beyond the impositions and absurdity of coloniality, Before the Sixth Sun, a codex for our children, began with the idea of writing a children's book which incorporated audio, tactile, auditory, and AR components that would retell the story of coloniality, the system of ideas and ways of thinking that remains following the invasion, injustices, and issues of indigenous lives and land stewardship through the illusion of the relationship between native medicinal herbs and important settler flowers, represented by roses, which is the national flower of England, although, plot twist, it originates from Central Asia. The textile book/codex is a work in progress produced over burlap and muslin fabric with designs and backdrops in embroidery and crochet using cotton, wool, acrylic, and silk threads. Before I can even begin offering an overview of my project, it is both my pleasure and burden to provide you with some historical, theoretical, and personal context, as some of the topics and peculiarities that have informed this project have been deemed as forbidden historically. Though this minoritized, marginalized knowledge, or this maybe very highly specialized realm, depending on how you want to see it, I will attempt to introduce information while I demonstrate examples of coloniality. One of the most prominent indigenous nations of Abya Yala was the one referred to as the Aztecs. Abya Yala is what millions of indigenous people call the same landmass that many of us have been taught to refer to as America, and it's a word that comes from the Kuna language used by the Guna people, who inhabit the region from northwestern Colombia to southeastern Panama, meaning mature land, land of vitality, flowering land. It was Takir Mamani, leader of the Aymara people, who popularized the term Abiyala because should we continue referring to our continent after an Italian 16th century explorer, Vespucci? As Takir Mamani has explained, quote, to give the names of foreigners to our villages, cities, and continents is the equivalent to subjecting our identity to the will of our invaders and to that of their hearers, end quote. I would add, the issue is not that it's simply a foreign name. It is the context of said name in relation to imperialism and the colonial history of the world, the way that it so nonchalantly upholds coloniality. According to anthropologist and historian Robert Barlow, Aztecs were those who left Aztlán and migrated to the basin of Mexico. But what we refer to as the Aztec Empire was founded in 1325 by two main forces, the Tenochca and the Tlatelolcas, descendants who called themselves Mexica. The reason why you know them as Aztecs is because a Creole Jesuit teacher, Francisco Javier Clavijero Echegaray, used the term in his book Historia Antigua de México, which was referenced by the German explorer Alexander von Humboldt in describing his own 1803 to 1804 expedition to Mexico in views of the Cordilleras and monuments of the indigenous peoples of the Americas. Later, William Prescott then popularized the word in the English language world with The History of the Conquest of Mexico. As you can see, the history of coloniality discovers a legacy of patterns of domination from the perspective of a Western European Anglo-Canon with a terrible inherited habit, a perverted logic described by Frantz Fanon in Wretched of the Earth. And I quote, colonialism is not satisfied merely with pulling a people in its grip and emptying the native brain of all form and content. By a kind of perverted logic, it turns to the past of the people and distorts, disfigures, and destroys it, end quote. As a border identity, one that goes beyond inhabiting a physical border, Mexican-American Chicano, Chicana, Chicanx identity results from the westward movement and the invasion of Anglo-Dutch settlers into what we refer to today as the U.S. Southwest, with the final reach of the U.S. nation-state in its land grab from the Mexican nation and its imposition of the U.S.-Mexican border. Chicana border discourse is about our experiences while conscious of our indigeneity, surviving and living in an Anglo-dominated empire. Mexican people were differentiated from whites in what they were considered half-breeds, tainted by indigenous blood. This hierarchical perception of Mexican identity as inferior coerced many families in varying degrees of violence to relinquish their indigenous culture and language and internalize the Anglo language, culture, and ways. This also happened in Mexico, with white Spanish settlers imposing Spanish language, culture, and ways over indigenous and African peoples. After all, one of the vilest projects of the U.S. westward expansion was encapsulated in the words of Richard Henry Pratt's 1892 speech delivered at the National Conference of Charities and Corrections in Denver. Kill the Indian in him and save the man. The violent enforcement of assimilation went beyond separating families in the name of civilizing children through torturous practices that murdered thousands of children in boarding schools. Coloniality came in variant doses, and it manifested itself interdimensionally. Mexican people who were born in the lands that suddenly became the United States faced quotidian violence, forced deportings, and lynchings. Children who spoke Spanish at school were asked to stop barking. Justifications for stealing and burning property, throwing rocks, conducting hangings, and lynchings included walking around too proud of being Mexican, speaking Spanish publicly, or being what was referred to as too uppity. So yeah, doblemente jodidos. Twice theft over. The Chicano, in their consciousness of their history as survivors of the disfigurement and distortions of their indigenous roots, are left with the longing to reconnect with their indigenous self and origins. The Mexica Aztec mythology, being the most prominently studied and recorded, has become the last vestige representative of the culture and identity that were viciously seized from so many of the children of colonization who struggle in their search, embraced also by barrio and cholo culture, as well as academic, theoretical, and philosophical proponents like Gloria and Saldúa. Parallel to the negritude movement of the 1930s to 50s, when Francophone African and Caribbean writers such as Leopold Sédar Senghor from Senegal, Aimé Césaire from Martinique, and Léon Damas Dama from French Guiana, living in Paris, expressed protest in their writing and artistic productions against French colonial rule and assimilation by embracing an Africanity, a cultural identity once lost due to the historical trauma that was experienced intergenerationally. Mexican Americans also had the Chicano movement that burst in the 60s, pushing for a new identification while advocating for social and political empowerment through borrowing mainly from Mexica and other indigenous mythologies of Abya. So Before the Sixth Sun is part of this legacy and is working on the continuous efforts of having our version of history told. And to me, the way it is told, it is equally important, if not more. Before concluding with the details that make this a piece of experimental expanded animation, you must know that Before the Sixth Sun, a codex for our children, is in homage to indigenous codices, which were painted, colorful pictographic books which recorded precious knowledge that came to be forbidden during colonialism and beyond. Only 23 codices survived. Some were burned inside the buildings that kept them, called amoxcalli. Others were burned in piles during acts of faith because they had been painted and created under demonic inspiration. During later colonial times, indigenous people converted to Christianity would then report the existence of codices hiding amongst the people. Later, when the Catholic religious leaders decided they wanted to use knowledge of the local region to indoctrinate them further, they began to commission codices that would include their idolatries and their stories. These new codices were based on the codices kept by wise indigenous knowledge keepers, who would bring the books along to read them and explain them to the Spanish authors, who would then immediately destroy the original documents. The original antique books surviving were all sent as gifts to the kings of Spain, and many are still held as plunder in Europe. We only have 2 of them in Mexico. By the way, in Austria, you have our Quetzalpanecayotl, also known as the headdress of Moctezuma, in the Weltmuseum Wien. With this presentation, I ask its prompt return. And while we're at it, amongst these, I would also like to demand the return of 2 deerskin 15th century Mixtec codex titled Becker 1 and 2, 1 sculpture of Quetzalcoatl, 1 starved stone piece used for ballgame, 1 representation of Chicomecoatl, 1 green stone mask of Chipetotec, 1 shield which belonged to Aizotl, Moctezuma's predecessor, as well as multiple Mayan funerary pots, Olmec masks and jade figures, Mexica and Zapotec sculptures, among many other unique Mesoamerican objects. But I digress. Before the Sixth Sun is also alluding to an important aspect of Mexica mythology. We're currently living under the 5th sun, Nahui Olin, or 4th movement. Nahui refers to the previous 4 suns and Olin to a movement. It is foretold that the 5th sun will end in a series of earthquakes, and one specifically large one that will lead to famine and darkness. It is a moment in the history of humanity and creation where things are both orderly and chaotic, where earthquakes are shaking off the ideologies of global oppression. The period of famine and darkness has been quite long for much of the world. The 5th sun began in the time of colonialism. It is a weakened sun, one that has required lots of blood to survive, and for humankind to begin to see the full picture, the light of this sun. It is foretold that at the end of the 5th sun, cosmic equilibrium will be achieved. Some believe that the arrival of the 6th sun will be marked by the return of Moctezuma's headdress, which makes sense because it would mean that the hearers of colonialism would have understood why it was so important to return it. Before the 6th sun can rise, the world needs to learn and come to terms with all that happened, and come to understand how the formats of supremacy and oppression still remain, how we as individuals can be working to uphold them without even being aware. As is with indigenous textile tradition and transfronteriza knowledge production, Before the 6th sun creates an opportunity for a nonlinear morphing genealogy of presentations of fragmentary versions of this piece, because the way the piece is exhibited will continue to change as it is embroidered and being completed, always in a nonlinear way. Initially, I thought of creating a multi-sensory children's book as a way to tackle issues of accessibility. The completed textile codex will be composed of at least 35 pages of 18 inches wide and 14 inches high each. As I continue to work on this piece, the pieces will not be attached to each other, so that they can be arranged and rearranged in different ways, as long as the order is coherent and there's continuity expressed even through the space of the venue itself. Once it is finished, the piece can be showcased spread out with a motorized roller that can roll the text as the story is heard via audio. In addition, each page will be accompanied by 1 to 3 lines of text, as well as a 3D printed version of the surface of the textile so that people can touch it at their will, as the original piece is a work of art that I would like to preserve, as it would have taken me years to produce. In addition, When a person places a smart device over each of the pages, it will bring augmented reality elements to the story. The herbs and plants come to life with blinking eyes and mouths. For example, the breeze will move through the page as well as come out and be seen by the person in the environment around them. In addition, the roots will be seen coming out under the page in the museum environment as layers of unexpected movement and light. The sound effects and the audio will include the drone effect of an earthquake at pivotal points of the story where supremacy and homogeneity take over the visual parts. I plan to include an Arduino interactive diffuser that can receive signals at appropriate times to diffuse the scent of white sage and copal resin and the scent of roses when the introduction of the imports, and finally a mixture of scents for the ending of the story into the sixth sun. The colors in the animation as well as in the textile go from colorful shades of greens and vibrant cactus flower colors to slowly becoming homogeneous dim pastel that overtakes the entire landscape as the vegetation comes to the realization slowly that homogeneous color becomes imbued with even more color variations into a rainbow-colored sixth sun. The same effect will happen with the music, which has been created and produced by ethnomusicologist Juan Carlos Portillo, and which you have been hearing in the background of this presentation. He has used anthropologically accurate reproductions of Mexica instruments to play the first part of the song, European sound components during the tension and conflict, and finally a song mixing sounds from indigenous and African and European roots. The color and sounds, as well as the textures, provide an effect to feel the complexities involving issues of supremacy, homogeneity, coloniality, resistance, tradition, and liberation. The transborder aesthetic that prolongs itself beyond the page, mixing analog with digital, static, mobility, and interactivity, helps to create a changing text that produces the experience of Nepantla, or the liminal space, the in-betweenness of the border experience that produces the double consciousness that is divergent and multidimensional, complex, and in flowing conflict. Furthermore, the burlap represents the bounty of indigenous and feminine, as well as feminist forms of data storage and storytelling, alluding to the presence of hidden elements found in the augmented reality portion. Here, direct and unfiltered decolonial roots are not shared underground, but through an invisible wireless technology around everyone. The digital element makes it possible to universalize the function of Chicano and indigenous pedagogies of the home, making them public and seeing them as futuristic. And I quote, communication practices and learning that occur in the home and community and serve as a cultural knowledge base that helps Chicanas negotiate daily experiences of sexist, racist, and classist microaggressions. This represents the overlapping versions of history I received while I was a child at home, recreating the dissonance I experienced as a Chicana transfronteriza and Kumeyaay descendant while receiving the legitimized, whitewashed version of the coming of two cultures, the European and indigenous. With this codex, I'm making a case by recording the lesser-known depths of coloniality. The design at the bottom is the design found in the Codex Huexotzinco of 1531. A codex used in the court of law, which included a detailed list of debts, which led the Nahua people of Huexotzinco to win a legal case against representatives of the abusive Spanish colonial government in Mexico. For me, working on this artisan multisensorial textile AR art animation piece recreates the sensing of the embodied person of color experience in receiving overlapping oral histories and constant movement with the distance from receiving a static, legitimized version of history from the outside. Finally, this piece of hyper design mixes folk artistry with technology, exposing the artisan's hand as a counter story to mass production and capitalism and the uniqueness of presence, making the moment and the event more valuable than the object itself, and bringing materiality back to its connection to ritual and meaning, as well as community building. This work in progress is scheduled to be part of the Mexicali Bienal exhibition, The Land of Milk and Honey, with its first installment at the Chichmarin Center for Chicano Art and Culture of the Riverside Art Museum, slated to open in late February 2023. As part of the included works, it will become part of the U.S. Library of Congress Mexicali Bienal Archive and Catalog, and you're all invited to come visit. Finally, I want to say thank you to everyone involved, and especially to Birgitta Hosea and Juergen Hagler, and the committee for this invitation to speak and be part of the Synaesthetic Syntax Gestures of Resistance Symposium, part of the 10th Expanded Animation session of the Ars Electronica Festival.
Thank you for this great presentation, insight into a very important topic that you are tackling, and we are really looking forward to see the start of the project, the first exhibition, and we are also very looking forward to have the possibility to maybe bring it to Linz, to Austria, and you can, as you have mentioned, this object in Vienna. You could also take the opportunity to go there and talk with them. I would like to start with a first question in terms of animation. You mentioned augmented reality, expanded animation. Can you give us an insight into the animated world of the project?
Well, for me, like, animation is really just a tool. The point of my work is the theory and the history that is embedded within it that I try to express in different ways. Like, I'm also a writer. I'm also an artist. Yes, I'm also like a community, hub for my students and the community around me. So animation is just another tool that I would use to be able to bring you into that life experience, or that experience that is usually not present in mass media, or that is ignored because it's seen as something that is irrelevant to this future modernist perception of the world. So for me, I didn't want to go completely in animation. I wanted the animation to kind of be at the surface, because it represents that dissonance that I experienced. Like I said in the video, it represents the dissonance that I experienced as a person of color. That's what we're called here in the United States. I don't know, but that's what people who are not white are referred to as. And that the way that I grew up in my home and the things that I learned were very different from what I was receiving from the television set, but also from the school and from just the communities and stuff. So the communities outside of mine, the hegemonic ones. So then what ends up happening is that I think, okay, the augmented reality works for what I'm trying to show, which is this overlap, right? You see a static image in front of you, you don't think there's anything else. But if you use a program to show the augmented reality, the roots coming out. So for example, you saw the first piece, the first page. You don't see the roots there, because the roots will come in through the AR component as you're observing them through that object, right? But in a way, I also want to express how our ways of doing things that are for the purposes not only of survival, but of preservation, they have been present, ongoing. And just because people cannot see it doesn't mean that it has not been there and that it hasn't been strong, So that's the hope. Maybe I hope that this answers the question. Like, this is why I am using augmented reality in this way, that it creates this like border feeling, but it's trans-border. It's surpassing these borders through different dimensions simultaneously.
Thank you. Are there any questions, further questions? Helen?
Hello. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. I have a question from you for someone who is as well. I'm half Indigenous, and I also work a lot with virtual reality and augmented reality, because I feel that these are media in my particular tribe, that these mediums express my thinking the best, especially in thinking about liminal spaces, which is why I work with them. And I can see that you're nodding, that you understand
Completely.
what I mean. But maybe would you like to speak a little of this about what it is with us that really connects with these liminal spaces?
Sure. Thank you so much for your question and for sharing your own experiences and for making me feel like You know, we resonate in that way. I can understand what you're saying. We are a very musical people, and you know, history was passed on through songs, and so this is resonating with our way of thinking and storing information, but also sharing it and maintaining it. Right, this is our digital realm, and so it has existed before, you know, the internet and all these things, but did we even need them? That would be my question, you know? So I can share with you, maybe I can tell you through my own experiences how this works for me. So for example, when I was in my dissertation, I was doing my dissertation in UC Santa Barbara, and I was asked to express myself in a thesis. And that was very difficult for me to articulate what I was seeing, what was in my brain, the visualizations of the images fighting with each other at the border. My anger was with the way that Tijuana was portrayed in mass media, but also like in the way that people in the street would talk about it as if they were from there or they've been there, because it had a bad reputation. So then I thought, okay, have these people ever been there? You know, it was my anger that I felt, and I saw these images in my head of things that I've seen on TV, words that I heard in the radio, things that I've seen in history books, comments, stupid comments. So then I thought, I want to write my thesis about this. Had no idea how to articulate it in the language of the place, of the institution where I was. So then my professor said, well, you know, if you work visually, why don't you just try to pretend like you're making a cover for a newspaper or a magazine for your thesis? So then I created a collage. And then from when I did that collage, then we read it together. And from there, I developed my thesis statement, my methodology, what I was, you know, everything. And it was so easy. You know, then also, for example, the image that you see back here, this is how I design. So this is a design for a VR project that I also made called the Coyolxauhqui Imperative 2020, which is to show like the ongoing parallel experiences of women of color in the Americas in relationship to loss, but also the different dimensions of coloniality. So I'm tripping this in my brain every day, you know, and so it's kind of like, here, come in, I'm inviting you to my brain for a little bit. Check this chaos out. But it's an organized chaos, but this is that you won't understand all the symbols that are there, because I want to welcome you into that moment where you're like, what does that mean? That's how I felt many, many years of my life. So it's kind of like trying to show this way and create an empathy. So I hope that this kind of expresses a little bit of how I experienced that myself. Thank you so much for your question.
Thank you for your answer. I think we have time for a very short answer and question. Is there one further question? Birgitta.
Hi, Liliana. I was just wondering, you talked about 3D printing, and so that people could handle this book in the museum. I just wondered if it would be the same experience of touch as the one from the original fabrics, and what you think about that.
It would not be the same. Thank you for your question. Sorry, Birgitta. It would not be the exact same experience, no, because we receive history in fragments. We receive like ghosts versions of our culture. It's in pieces, at least for me. And I've had to be recovering these pieces. It's not like I could touch or feel who I am. It's like I'm constantly in that search to figure out this part of me that has been detached or taken from my family for many, many generations, for several generations, not many, but several. And so when I print out a version of this, you will receive textures that are different from each other in the printing. But no, you will not be able to have a feeling. Maybe that will also create that longing that you may sense and feel what I feel, you know, with that longing to touch or to be where you know others are in terms of their history and their ancestry. For us, also for the people in the diaspora, many don't even know where their families originate from, right? Because slavery, enslavement of human beings forced people out and completely cut them off. But something similar happened also with indigenous peoples in the Americas. You know, not all of them went to reservations. Some were, the European men would steal the women, take them away from their people. These kind of things happened. So it's kind of like my way of also saying, here, you can touch as much as is possible. But at the same time, you won't be able to touch the actual physical object, because again, also it's precious at this point, right? It also has its own value as something that will take many, many years to finally complete the 35 pages, right? So yes, that would be my answer. It's part of the show, Birgitta.
Jana, thank you so much for joining us. We had really the feeling that you are here with us. Please submit to Ars Electronica next year, and let's continue this discussion next year again. So have a nice day. I think you have breakfast. Looking forward to it. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Yes, I'm going for breakfast now. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Production, as we are late. Next talk is entitled From Screen to Space, the Haptic Experience of Exhibited Animation. Wes Anderson's piece, Fantastic Mr. Fox, is the case study. And presenter Farzaneh Yazdandoost, PhD candidate from the Film and Media Department at Cambridge School of Creative Industry. And we will start the presentation.
Hi, my name is Farzaneh, and today I'm going to talk about the embodied experience of visitors in Wes Anderson's exhibitions, where the settings and puppets of his animations are displayed. I discuss the difference between perceiving the sets and puppets on the screen and encountering them in the exhibition. To do so, I first argue that the images of Anderson's animations are highly haptic due to the techniques he employs in his animations. Then I will discuss that visitors unable to touch the sets and puppets in the exhibition could gain a haptic experience in the absence of those techniques as well. Anderson's animations are populated with different types of organic textures, which are rough and bold. In addition, textures are even more highlighted through using camera's capabilities and a specific condition of puppet animation production process. For instance, the image's deep focus makes every part of them sharp. This amount of focus is difficult to be achieved in puppet animation due to the very close distance between the miniature sets and the camera. Tristan Oliver, the director of photography, explains that in addition to use different ranges of lenses, different parts of one scene are shot separately through the assistance of a green screen and combined in the post-production to achieve sharp focus. This technique has been used in the first scene of Fantastic Mr. Fox in a shot that depicts Mr. Fox's point of view. This shot is made out of 3 separate sets depicting the background, the middle ground, and the foreground. Although the scales of the objects, textures, and the puppet are different in each layer to create the illusion of perspective, the consistent sharpness of all parts of the image makes it seem flat. Moreover, Anderson is well known for his symmetrical compositions, and his stop-motion animations are not an exception. The symmetrical compositions cause the image to seem flat. What reinforces such flatness in his animations is the position of the camera, which is primarily perpendicular to the sets, particularly in the scenes where the camera is apparently horizontal. In bird's eye view shots, the camera is horizontal and perpendicular simultaneously. The opening credit of Fantastic Mr. Fox is particular in this respect, which depicts bird's eye view shots of farmland. Another instance is a shot of Isle of Dogs, which illustrates the crash of Atari's plane. The flatness of the images in Anderson's animations carries out a significant function. It causes the bold and rough textures to evoke a sense of touch in viewers. The sets and puppets are mostly constructed through organic physical materials instead of resin or clay, which makes the images textured. These textures are underlined by being magnified when photographed. Since the sets and puppets are miniatures, the camera has to be situated very close to them. Such close distance magnifies the quality and size of the textures in the final image as if they are seen through a magnifying glass. For instance, regarding the opening credit of Fantastic Mr. Fox, the farmland is made of dyed towel with various patterns. The fibers of the towel stick together in some parts when thicker paint was applied. Being magnified and entirely visible, the shot reveals the type of material and the brush by which the towel was dyed. Laura Marks regards flood images as haptic due to being two-dimensional, which is specifically capable of conveying tactile quality. Comparing haptic and optic visuality, she contends that with optic visuality, the eyes seeing things from enough distance to perceive them as distinct forms in deep space, whereas haptic looking tends to move over the surface of its object rather than to plunge into illusionistic depth, not to distinguish form so much as to discern texture. In Mark's account, images with deep depth of field that create the illusion of three-dimensional space are most attractive to the eyes. In contrast, the texture is more emphasized and perceivable in flat images representing surface instead of depth. Her argument is that flat images are the most attractive to the sense of touch because the viewer's eyes move over these surfaces and stimulate a response akin to that of a caress. In addition, different types of movements, such as the movement of puppets, camera movements, and a type of motion in flowing materials that I call arbitrary motion, lead viewers' eyes to move on the surface of the images instead of staring at a specific part of them. Jennifer Barker likens the inclination of the eyes to move over the surface of a haptic object to a caress. She notes the viewer caresses by moving the eyes along an image softly and fondly without a particular destination. In Barker's account, camera movement and the movement of actors' hands reinforces the act of caressing. It is worth mentioning here that Marks and Barker's account of caress appeal to a form of erotic, whereas I use it in a different sense to highlight the way the texture of a surface is examined and understood better by moving the palm of a hand over the surface patiently for a couple of times, focusing on how it feels. Certain movements in Anderson's animations, specifically in the shots of puppets' hands, function similarly. For instance, the scene in which Mr. Fox tells Ash that he loves him as he is, the way he touches Ash's face conveys how it feels to touch a furry face. Arbitrary motion is a specific type of motion to puppet animation, particularly Anderson's animations, that is rendered to the animators a constant touch on puppets, manipulating them frame by frame. Arbitrary motion as such stimulates caress. Fur and fabric through which puppets are covered are flowing materials, so their position can be changed arbitrarily each time an animator touches the puppet to change its position. As all of these changes are submitted in each frame, along with the changes in the position of different parts of the puppet, a secondary motion is rendered. The arbitrary motion of puppets' flowing parts is a mark of animators' touches and thus haptic because it evokes the feeling of touching flowing materials. Also, the arbitrary motion causes viewers' eyes to move on the puppet instead of being fixed on a specific part of it, stimulates the sense of touch. It's typical of Anderson's animation in which arbitrary motion is rendered not only in the moving part of the puppet, but also in the stationary ones. In conclusion, the quality of the textures, the miniature settings and puppets, the function of the camera as a magnifier, the flatness and extended focus of the images, and the arbitrary motion of flowing materials make the images of Anderson's animations haptic. The eyes become organs of touch that see and touch at the same time. Such synaesthetic engagement links the constructed world on the screen to the physical world of which viewers' bodies are a part. Anderson also exhibits some of the sets and puppets from his films in real spaces such as galleries and museums. Mr. Fox's study room, which is an exact copy of Roald Dahl's actual studies, located at the Roald Dahl Museum and Story Center. Also, on the 30th of March 2018, when the Isle of Dogs premiered in the UK, an exhibition was organized at the Store X Gallery to display 17 sets of the animation accompanying the puppets. Similar to animations, the settings and puppets in the exhibitions could not be touched. In Isle of Dogs exhibition, some lines on the floor in front of each set kept visitors from getting too close to the miniatures. Also in Roald Dahl Museum, the study is protected by a glass which separates visitors from the set. In contrast to the animations, no cinematic techniques fill the gap between the miniatures and the visitors in the exhibition. Neither movement nor camera is used to magnify the textures and underline the physicality of the materials employed in the sets and puppets. However, visitors can encounter the miniatures in the exhibition more overtly than the animation. Most of the viewers of stop-motion puppet animation indeed know that the sets and puppets are miniatures. Still, there are rarely direct references to their actual size in the animations. There are restricted attempts to conceal such references to keep viewers' attention within the world of animation. However, the direct encounter with the miniatures, sets, and puppets has implications. Exhibiting sets and puppets in real space gives visitors plenty of time to see and scrutinize the miniatures. In a review of the exhibition, Ian Franklin mentions the prominent role of time. He writes, "The level of detail injected into every one of Anderson's gloriously symmetrical images can't be fully absorbed in a single viewing. In the animation, some sets are only shown for a couple of seconds, so visitors might not even remember them when encountering them in the exhibition. This unlimited time to visit all the aspects of the sets and puppets reverse the process of recognition and haptic perception that viewers experience in the animation. Textures affect viewers immediately in the animations due to the techniques employed to underline them. The viewers are influenced before or at the same time they distinguish what the texture represents. Whereas in the exhibitions, they encounter the entire representation and perceive what they illustrate first. Then, as they get closer to the sets and spend more time exploring them, the visitors gradually engage with them haptically through the assistance of the details. Going through the reviews of Isle of Dogs exhibition, the most notable aspect of the exhibition in the writer's idea is the mind-blowing amount of details it can be found in the sets and puppets. For instance, encountering the setting in which the Mayor Kobayashi is taking a bath, one at first glance sees the set as a whole illustration. The mayor stands in a round top facing a wall covered by tiles that illustrate a spring scenery, and two servants are heating water for him. Some less significant objects, such as the phone in front of the top and the wooden bench, are seen at a second glance. For the viewers who have already watched the animation, the size of the setting can be a surprise, comparing how it seems bigger on the bigger screen since there is no reference to the size of the sets and puppets throughout the film. Some visitors immediately take their cell phones and cameras out, examining some possible frames or trying to find the exact angle they have seen in the film. They then try to get closer to explore more. Using a camera is also a way of having a closer look at a set. Some just drag their necks to get closer, trying to stand behind the white lines, while some others cross the line inevitably to try the rare moment of examining actual miniatures at the cost of receiving a warning. In Mark's account, such an unavoidable desire to get closer is the inherent quality of miniatures. She claims that details created throughout miniaturism evade a distance view, instead pulling the viewer in close. Marx also alludes to a proliferation of figures that miniatures offer, which perhaps is due to the small size of the figures in physical miniatures that without a magnifier one cannot see the textures exclusively. Marx concludes that, encountering miniatures, the viewer perceives the texture as much as the objects imaged. One can see how this might be the case with respect to the Andersons exhibitions. When we spend a long time looking at the sets and puppets, we come to face fragments, specifically the physical materials through which the sets and puppets are made. This is due to the fact that meticulous details appear gradually. Here, spending time becomes equal to getting closer to the miniatures. Gaston Bachelor's account of miniature details chimes with the gradual appearance of textures in Andersen's exhibitions. Bachelor notes, details reveal themselves and patiently take their places one after the other. One has to take the time needed to see all these little things that cannot be seen altogether. So, for instance, in the set of Mayor Kobayashi, we do not perceive the details of the two puppets in kimonos, the texture of their kimonos, the fibers of their hair, the copper boiler, the wooden ladle, and their footwear at the first couple of glances. These details reveal themselves to us slowly. As we spend more time scrutinizing them, they become separate fragments from the whole set and come into view one by one. The closer we get to the miniatures, either by reducing our distance between ourselves and the sets or looking at them for a long time with narrow eyes, more details and fragments come into view. Hence the figures, fade, and what Marx regard as optical perception, which chimes with distance viewing, transforms into haptic perception throughout the exhibition. Haptic perception, attracted to textures, requires viewers to be close enough to an object to be evoked by them. The viewers so remember how each texture feels just by looking at them, while they can feel them on their bodies. Bachelor's account of imagination helps to clarify the engagement of viewers' memory in the process of perception. He also considers time as a determining factor in perceiving a miniature. In his idea, as a result of lingering over miniature images for a long time, one will experience a sort of coalescence of unlimited values. Values become engulfed in miniature, and miniature cause man to dream. The values he mentions include meticulous details which he believes fuel the imagination. Bachelor does not put imagination in contrast to objective reality. He rather believes that imagination goes further than objective reality with its assistance. Objective reality is a gate that imagination passes through. Such a relation between objective reality and imagination can be best experienced when entering a miniature world. For instance, Bachelor refers to how a botanist describes a flower in the Dictionary of Christian Botany, published in 1851. The botanist begins with an objective description explaining the flower's shape, color, texture, and other formal characteristics. After some lines of objective description, he starts using metaphors and analogies, or as Bachelor puts it, the description is accompanied by a daydream. The botanist draws analogies between the flower's pistil and a woman, stamen and a man, seeds and children. He also draws analogies between their function and the way members of a family treat each other at home by anthropomorphizing the different parts of the flower, giving them human characteristics such as jealousy. Bachelor believes liberation, a special characteristic of the imagination, leads the observer to mix objective description with analogies and metaphors as he enters a miniature world. Bachelor then emphasizes that not all the observer who look at the same flower under magnifying glass could see the features of the flower in the same way that the botanist described in the second part of his account. However, there is an interesting point in Bachelor's explanation of how the botanist ends up drawing an analogy between the flower and a home. For instance, he mentions that the botanist has felt the gentle warmth preserved by the fur, the feeling particular to the sense of touch that one has got as a result of seeing a texture is more common among viewers encountering the same object rather than the analogy they can draw between an object and the other. For instance, seeing fur is likely to bring warmth and smoothness to some viewers due to the memory they have of petting a cat or dog, wearing a furry coat, or walking on a furry carpet. But whether this feeling can remind one of a holiday house or someone else a gloomy wet night in the wood is totally an individual matter. Marx regards haptic images as a subset of what Gilles Deleuze refers to as optical images, those images that are so thin and uncliched that the viewer must bring his or her resources of memory and imagination to complete them. When viewers focus on the miniature sets for a long time, the details of miniature settings, particularly textures, become very thin and at times isolated from the whole work. This focus works like a close-up shot in which even the fibers of a puppet's clothes are visible. So the visitors can guess what it feels like from how it looks on the puppet, such as weight, softness, hardness, and other features that can be tested through touch. Here, visitors' eyes are the examination tool, and the memory is the resource. The visitor brings her prior experience of touching different materials saved in her memory to find out what each part of the setting would feel if touched. In addition, as Marx also mentions about haptic images, which force the viewer to contemplate the image itself instead of being pulled into the narrative, the sets in exhibition allow visitors to explore the settings disregarding what they communicate as a part of a narrative. As I mentioned before, in Anderson's animations, a balance is created between following the narrative and having a tactile experience of the sets and puppets through the assistance of cinematic techniques such as depth of field and close-ups, as well as arbitrary motion. None of them disturbs the other, they instead coexist. However, the exhibition aims to create a pure experience of the sets and puppets since there is no narrative to follow. Neither are any movements or cinematic techniques to highlight the tactile status of the sets and puppets. The bodies of the visitors, the lived experience of the material world, the unlimited time of perception, and an unmediated encounter with the sets and puppets lead them to have a haptic experience. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you for your inspiring talk. And Johnny, thank you for coming back because we lost connection. You will be on screen, and we have, of course, some questions. Do I see any hand? First question. Birgitta.
Farzaneh, how are you?
Hi, Birgitta. Thank you so much. How are you?
I'm good. So I'm interested in your idea of haptic visuality, and of course Laura Marx talks about the idea that touch and haptics can be used to evoke memory. And I wonder what you think about that in conjunction with something I've written about, which is the nostalgia of the craft in stop motion and the labor that's in stop motion and the kind of fetishization of some kind of memory of labor that is present in stop motion that you will see in the exhibition. You're saying people are marveling at all the details. So I'm wondering what you think about that, the fetishization of labor in stop motion.
Exactly. I talk about labor in stop motion animation through that arbitrary motion and the idea of nostalgia that Anderson brings into his animations through somehow forcing us to see some of the textures from a very specific time, the corduroy suits and things like that. These are very connected ideas, I think, in specifically Wes Anderson's animations. And yes, I think that they are completely connected to each other. And in viewers visiting the exhibitions, we can see that idea, with bare eyes, even more than when they are watching his animations. Because we are in a real space, the real puppets, although we cannot touch them, but the memory and what I call lived experience is more visible and touchable in his animations.
Another question from the audience.
Thank you for the talk. I'm from Portland, Oregon, which is a stop-motion city. And so Guillermo del Toro is finishing Pinocchio right now, and I believe there will be an exhibition. But I think about having seen the Leica show in Portland, which Leica was the studio that produced Coraline and Box Trolls and whatever, and seemingly has an endless font of money. From Phil Knight, Nike. And so the level of craft has a kind of perfection to it that I see as different in Wes Anderson's, which seems rougher, And is there a way that you would differentiate those? Am I making myself fairly clear? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks so much for your question. I think there is a very, completely, they are completely different. I think the practice of Wes Anderson animation and Leica, because there are so many 3D CGI and these kinds of technology, 3D printing in Leica's animations, whereas in Wes Anderson animations, everything is completely quotidian. Whereas in Leica Studios animations, everything is manufactured through CGI and then 3D printing. That's why I think these two practices are completely different to each other.
We have time for a last question. Thank you so much. It's a very interesting topic, haptic perception in this context of exhibiting animation, stop motion, but also thinking about bringing animation in galleries, as we here at Ars Electronica have this challenge from animation competition to go to galleries, and we always have to find a proper way to present it in a gallery space. So there are a lot of things to consider, and I like especially the idea of giving the audience the possibility to see the details. They cannot touch it, but they can zoom in with their mobile device, and you see really, okay, they would love to touch it. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me today.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
So we will continue in real space with our next presenter, Yoichi Nagashima from Japan. He is a composer, researcher, professor, and doing a lot of things with music instruments. He has composed over 100 choral music pieces. He is a professor. He is a key member of Japanese computer music community, etc., etc., etc. Welcome on stage.
Okay. Hello. I'm Yoichi Nagashima. Korea. From Japan, and bringing strange instruments. Okay. I'm I'm a composer in live computer music, interactive computer music field, about 30 years, and there are many my works. So when I write a score, but this score is written by my algorithm with random, so I say the performer to play with improvisation, and this one. Okay. So there are three scores. So I said, please select everywhere with improvisation. And this is, there are my students wear the many sensors in their body. So the score is like graphics style. And to make original special instruments, musical instruments, is one part of my composition. So this is 32 channels theremin, or this is my produce. This flashing drum I wear here. I played in New York. This is also the bright flashing instruments. And last presentation, the name Atao Tanaka comes. He is my friend. He developed the BioMuse, biosensing instruments. And I developed mini BioMuse by my, all designed and make by myself. This is 16 channels EMG sensors. So I played Germany, Canada, Netherlands, France, Canada, Taiwan, Russia, Norway. So many performances. And recently, as a researcher of computer music, this is I wear both hand Myo EMG sensors or Muse brain sensor and OpenBCI brain sensors. This is my performance in Russia. So but today's theme is tactile interaction. This is, as you know, our hand and fingers is very special sensors and actuators. So many musical instruments players using piano, guitar, sax, everyone using the fingers and hand. This channel is very important for human. This is just this one. And this seat is the main opinion of myself. Tactile interaction makes a smile. This is emotion. So the final result is our wellness, well-being feeling. I talk later about this later, tactile interaction. So at first, this is okay. どうしたらいいんだ。こうやってこうやればいいか。This is the PAW sensor developed in Japan. Like this, with written form, and your finger control softly, like this. Okay. I get. Okay. There are two LEDs and two optical sensors inside this, and you push the written form. The light density is changes. So this sensor can detect 4 channel areas parameters. Okay, this, okay. どこだこっちね。これだ。This is the first experiment of this sensor. These 4 values are controlled individually. Okay? And then my students make a interesting work with using this sensor. The theme of this installation is making soft touch and making cute and sexy voices. These voices are all recorded by herself. And the sensor controls real-time the balance or characters of the sounds. All program is produced by herself. Okay. Yes. で次だ。こっちだ。はい。ポン。はい。PAW sensor is his. Just now, this sensor is sold only in Japan, but just now you can buy by the internet shop from Japan. You can maybe 2500円ってなんて言うんだ$20. This one. Okay. This. I produced many interface and instruments. The almost sensors interface miss the soft feel. For example, the training grip controls the highest maximum value, but this sensor detects soft nuance and react to your fingers. Soft reaction. Is very interesting, I think. So I don't like computer vision because separated physically and so long latency. So I don't like the computer vision sensors. So after final part of my presentation, I say the interoception. It's keyword, I think. No. Okay. Then I have developed 4 generations. This is the first prototype, and now this one and this one. So I introduced this sensor. This instrument called multi-rubbing tactile interface (MRTI). This package is an egg-like plastic case. So now. I have the small demonstration, live demonstration here, just now. So if I have enough time, I can, one of you can play this here, but maybe no time. OK, 行ってみよう。さて、this one、どれださあどうだ Okay. How about sound? So there are 10 sensors. So all your 10 fingers can control this like this. And this algorithm is okay. And this information generates real-time computer graphics. よし。これを言ってみよう。はい。ね。This graphics is generated with a fractal algorithm. Okay, mathematical generated this. So the sound is one kind of the animals or human voice. The sound generation algorithm is one kind of the format synthesis type. And okay. And this is the making of this sensor, or made handmade by myself. Okay. And this photo is my workshop in Moscow. Just now I cannot do the workshop in Russia just now, but this one. Okay. I not the movie. I have the demonstration here, and this tactile interaction make smile, and smile means emotion or feeling. This is my community sketching in hardware, the specialist. So I brought this sensor, and many specialists using this sensor. So there are so great researchers in MIT, or the engineer in Google, Intel, so Microsoft, all many specialists acting this sensor and experience the sound and visual. I found they all smile. They all smile like children. I was very impressed. this is the touching, tactile feeling, soft feedback make people smiling. And in this, in Singapore, the Art and Science Museum, I said again, so the children, of course, they all make smiling. This keyword is interception. I will talk later. And then I next produced this one. 8 channels. But this is not musical instruments. My plan is this. This machine is wellness entertainment system. Okay, so this is 8 channels, sensors, and this is making photos. All handmade, okay, inside. Yes, so here I demonstrate this issue. This concept is soft touch and half level, okay? Okay. やりましょう。では、どれだ？これだな。聞いてない。これだ。This system, okay. これを止めてだ。じゃあこれ。In this system, there are 8 channels. For example, here, this one sensor here. The information is okay. Here, okay. One sensor make this left 4 channels. If please use softly about half level, and each 4 channel level is equal. This is best position. So in the real-time graphics here, can you watch the red? This one. So you push softly and equal level. Please go into the black hole. The sound is very low frequency. So the final goal is this one. All 8 position moving go into the black hole. But this system is real-time rendering is very hard. Okay? これは私に入れてくれてるのか。Okay? Now. So this control is not sports gym type, is maximum power. So softly control and the final level, the deeply reverberation with and pitch and solo. This is if you play this instrument, this is too bright. Very dark space and big screen, so you feel something good feeling. So, okay. So today I have no time to demonstrate. Oh, okay. Yes, next. And this one, tactile interaction makes small. I bring the Detroit to 2019. And the many specialists using this, and they all smile. They all smile. So this physical soft reaction makes our feeling very happy. I think. So okay. And finally, this sensor. This is using only 2 sensors because PAW. Sorry, this page is written in Japanese, but you can translation program. This is open source system, so everyone can make this. because inside the program is open, my web. So you can buy this CPU board in internet shop and sensor internet shop, and make open my program writing here. So you everyone can make by yourself. So okay. So this is demo かな。これかな。どれだ。見えない。もうあれ、違うわ、こっちじゃない。Sorry. Here. Double. Okay. This is a demonstration. So, yeah. こうか。これはボリュームが上がってない。So, two sensors can control 4 values like this. So, I made this sensors maybe here. How to make is I open the page is open. Then I produce total 20 this type of sensor I have, and I bring everywhere. Many universities, many hospital. I have a workshop with my collaborator of the biofeedback therapy, biofeedback rehabilitation, the specialist. We have the collaboration project. So I go to many universities and colleges, but we have the workshop at the hospital where doctor course of the therapy. So using this, using this, for example, this one, controlling 2 sensors. This controls this. One sensor changes the position, and other sensor controls the value of the circles. This makes the one kind of the illusion. And this work is produced by my student using this sensor, this one. So the sensor softly controlled the cute animation character moving. This is a very simple program. Like this. Other example, また今度なんだっけ? これは、this sensor controls my face. Kaleidoscope, so that they control my face is changing strangely. And I produced this program. I'm using these 2 sensors so carefully, and if all 4 levels of sensors just have just position, then the left screen, the many pictures will open. This is the score. So the sensor hits good zone, the pictures will open. So I discussed with the biofeedback rehabilitation specialist. This is good for the old people. The rehabilitation of brain. For example, these pictures, the grandchild's hometown, so they control carefully. The brain rehabilitation is important at the same time controlling of muscle and watching, and for example, sound. Some channels is active at the same time is very good for the brain rehabilitation. So this tool is produced like this. Okay. Yes. This one. Okay. So this I want to discuss to the keyword interoception. We have many sensor channels. Exteroception means ear, nose, mouth, eye. So their senses have the special sensors for outside. All this these senses is we call exteroception. But interoception is just inside information sensing. This information is very slow because, for example, our eye, this visual sensor, direct connection to the neuron to the brain, very fast. But this channel is very, for example, hormones or blood is very slow. But recent research in psychology, the specialist says this interoception feeling is just connect to our emotion or feeling. I found many papers around this. So this is the reason why I attack this research. So this is one model, the exteroception channel is here. But interoception channel is also in the brain, have the fast model. This one. This is a somatic marker hypothesis. This traditional sensing is body and sensor. But in the brain, our somatic marker hypothesis, no direct information, but in our brain, the brain is thinking that what will happen. So this is a high-speed decision. So the tactile, this is this and this. So the force-free pushing, not this sensor. If with a sports team, you got many hard sensor is only push. But this type sensor, I push softly and release soft interaction. And this soft physical feedback makes interoception, and our feeling is very gentle. And we have smile. I love this situation. So my recent research is this rehabilitation or well-being rehabilitation. And what time remains? Okay. Is this okay? I'm the specialist of the field of this sketching in hardware. Many designers, researchers gather. This year I cannot attend this. But so I make many workshops like this. So in the past, interactive multimedia workshop. But recently I have this rehabilitation welfare workshops. For example, this workshop is this grip sensor and some character goes. And this is massage, professional massage technique. The system detects and learning that technique. And if people make a massage with good, very good massage, so the score is up. So, and this is a breathing sensor or heartbeat detecting sensor. So this system, you are relaxed, you are nervous, saying. Or dummy head mic. Okay. Well, this is the workshop in Russia. I make 4 workshops in Russia. This is Moscow, and this is Poland. Some years ago. So yes, call me and I will go. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this, wonderful presentation. Please come over to me. My colleagues will help Aristofanis setting up the next presentation.
Okay. Hey.
I think we should use your interfaces every day and everyone so that everybody is smiling. So please push your research. I would also love to have this interface as a sculpting and animation tool.
Okay, so
I think everybody agrees.
If Ars Electronica calls me to bring here, I can come next year.
Perfect. Mr. Nagashima, so a serious question from the audience. Jānis.
Please.
Thank you for your presentation.
Speak slowly.
Yes. This thing about smile, have you tested it, or some other your student or after the workshop have made system which maybe is not funny? Because it is one of the reasons maybe people smile. I don't know, maybe sounds of some kind of a stressful sound or stressful image. How that would affect the result? Have you?
But you feel that sound is not good. But I think the control many informations generates very strange or interesting sounds. So people move what action, what I can experience. They go into the interaction, maybe. I think so. This is I did not think that specialists don't play like child, but many specialists go. So after this, you can play this. You will understand, maybe.
Is there another question to Mr. Nagashima? Helen.
Hello. Do you believe that's a neurological connection between the touch and the release of happy endorphins, which then make the smile?
The opinion of the psychology is not directly connected. The interoception, the physical reaction to our muscle reaction. When we make our muscle, the brain command directly here, but physical soft reaction of muscle is detected as a interoception. Then interoception is strong connected our emotion and feeling. So then my opinion, my challenge is the tactile and softly control makes us happy, a smile, I think. This is my hypothesis.
Okay, thank you.
Running out of time. Thank you so much, and you will be around, so we have the possibility to test the interfaces. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. So now we move over to our last presenter, Aristofanis Soulikias. Is an architect and animator from Montreal.
Yes.
And we will hear about visualizing the city in handmade film animations. So
yes.
The stage is yours.
Thank you, Juergen. A step back from the frontier of the cutting-edge technology, time to slow down a little bit. Actually, it's a step sideways, I would say. So, yes, I'm currently a student, a PhD student at Concordia University, doing an interdisciplinary study combining my architecture and animation background. And it's a research creation project, so there's theory, but there's also some art. Animation has always been a technological affair, and its evolution is clearly in response to the evolution of technique and the technical. Technology is there to facilitate, to save us energy and time, to offer comfort or even abundance of something. It can also offer completely new things that no one imagined existed or that were ever or even needed. In doing away with bodily movements and energy, and whichever discomfort is incurred by physical toil or contact, humans have relegated physical activity, giving primacy to the cerebral and mostly the visual. This is true in most facets of life, and as an architect, I have experienced this distancing very acutely in being part of the first generation of architects back in the 90s who transitioned from the architecture school's drafting table to drafting on CAD in the architect's office. In suspecting that for anything gained with each technological advancement, something is lost, and by sensing that there is merit to imperfection, that in other words, the very values pursued by the progress may be questionable, I turned to architecture theorist, the Finnish Juhani Palasma, who has written extensively on the value of hand drawing for architects and architecture, and considered these positions for the act of handmaking, for animators, for the ever-moving, ever-changing city, a place made of real materials and lived bodily experiences. In his books, The Eyes of the Skin and The Thinking Hand, he questions the domination of computer-made drawings, the role in design, and the total prioritization of the eye, and advocates the significance of the hand in both creating and sensing artworks, and particularly architecture. According to Palasma, the computer has confined design into a retinal survey, depriving it of the merits of that special relationship between the maker and the object, and thus compromising imagination. I quote, "Imagination is an inseparable part of the handmade, spatial-based practice. While the material computer image flattens imagination, the material-based craftsmanship is the very unconsciousness of vision, where the line traced by hand is clearly a unique act of making and a spatial one at that. Hence, ironically, it is through the tangible, I say, that one achieves the intangible, the essence of place. The distance, I quote, between the experiential and the flawlessness of newness and exactitude is manifested through the hand's uncertainty and hesitation, crucial states of being that foster curiosity and all of the necessary ambiguity that art hinges on. And while the computer has been proven efficient in many stages of architectural production, there is one where the spontaneous, mind-driven gestures of the hand are crucial, and that is the early conceptual phase of any given project. If one thinks about conceiving the city, Palasma has expressed concisely the role played by the unconscious first steps atmospheric characteristics of spaces, places, and settings are grasped before any conscious observation of details is made. That sensitive stage in film animation, I would say, is the pre-production stage of the storyboard, which also seems to be resisting the switch to the digital in small animation studios, mostly due to the document's ability to prompt and focus cognition. I quote Pallant and Price. I can give you the bibliography later. So as you can see, this created a theoretical framework for my work and research in film animation. An animated documentary I created in 2014 was already an indication to me how the city's layers, human imprint, and imaginary can be experienced in cut-out silhouettes, which I discovered at Concordia at my animation studies. And here are some production stills of the street facade of the Saint Laurent Boulevard in Montreal, and the story was about the demolition of these historic buildings and how these burlesque dancers resisted the expropriation and actually managed to keep their burlesque venue from demolition amidst a horror of glass buildings. Excuse me for my bias. So, and this is how it would look on the table, and how it would move, and it's cutouts, and it's also a series of photographs, basically, of also collages that I made to represent this building, its traces, the human experience that was carried on it. So, and then it went to 65 festivals, and I got that sense that I was onto something. And another project, again, just to give you a sense of what I have been doing. This is a collaboration with a music group, mostly Persian music they play, and it was based on the Shahnameh, the part of Persian mythology, 11th century epic. And here I have a little excerpt where, again, I somehow even unconsciously incorporate the idea of the city. In this case, a city in flames. After the conquest, it's part of the myth and destruction. And then questions of viewing arose, the possibilities of situating the work within space, make it site-specific, bring it into a dialogue with the built environment. And this is a workshop that I participated in, which was run by Rose Bond, who's here, and Pedro Sarrazina, Dr. Pedro Sarrazina, where here I was relating the built environment behind this glass window and some thoughts I had about what was going on. Again, cutouts, and it's projected on a cloth. And in neighboring Salzburg, here in Austria, 2 years ago in an artist residency, which I had the honor to be part of, I did a makeshift light table and told the story of this neo-medieval tower by having these slices through the wall, and maybe it's too bright here to see, but one of the slits is showing an imaginary of the architectural intention, and the other one supposedly the actual function of the building, which was a ice storage place. As I began my PhD studies at Concordia University to research the built environment through film animation and through techniques that involve the handmade, I recognized the unique place film has with regard to the city. And the deduction was clear. If film is the medium par excellence in depicting urbanity, as claimed by numerous scholars from Benjamin Krakauer and filmmaker Eisenstein all the way to Giuliana Bruno and Richard Koech today, and if hand-based ways of making images about the city, such as drawing, are those that connect more meaningfully our bodies to the built environment, then handmade-based film animation must be the optimum medium for sensing and expressing the city as a temporal entity. There may be a parallel between crafting animation and the way we design, build, and experience cities. The effect of CGI, automated, interpolated animation techniques may be comparable with the effect of the computer-aided designed buildings, or more contemporarily, with that of parametric designed ones. Buildings begin to resemble a sort of virtual reality. In fact, with the merging of the physical with the virtual, as buildings become immaterial screens and as physical space is often substituted with the virtual space of our smartphones, the question about what is left behind, what is lost, and what is worth keeping become important. These questions became even more apparent as the pandemic restrictions forced a certain virtualization of multitude of everyday physical activities. The emptying of city streets and public spaces and the transferring of human communication and contact to online and virtual avenues offered a glimpse into a very possible future as the digitized image became ever more pervasive within both the public and the private spheres of our lives. Vision and the culture of ocular centrism was emerging triumphant once more. And this is, ironically, the pandemic began just when I had started exploring the haptic in art, and specifically the haptic nature of my art. Just when I began looking into the tactility of handmade animation, its feel and perception, touch had become taboo. To me, this new reality did not vindicate the world of the computer screen. On the contrary, it made the question of the need for the physical city even more urgent. And I was stuck happily during the pandemic in Lisbon as I was about to do an exchange program with Dr. Pedro Serrazina. But it gave me ideas about making an animation, which I haven't started really, but I did some conceptual drawings about the physical environment and the bodies that are trapped and yearn to touch the city and celebrate the city. It's had different iterations of that. Yeah, so could handmade film animation, its making, its sensing, be a paradigm for how our bodies can still be fully present and engaged in the real city during this ongoing dematerialization of our world? This is not a question that tries to reinstate artisanal forms of film animation solely as subversive or resistant to mainstream practices. Besides, as Dr. Birgitta Hosea, who's here, in her crafting, in her contribution in a recently published book, The Crafty Animator, insightfully concludes, crafting descent can be done either manually or digitally. My interest lies in recognizing that despite the new possibilities that digital technology can offer to the animator, including tools that facilitate the very handmade techniques I favor, the total dominance of the digital is not fatalistically inevitable, but a choice, in fact, one of many. Just as there are choices to be made with regard to how much we are willing to abandon the physical city for the apparent conveniences of Zoom, equally, there are choices between the many hybrid configurations of manual and digital, the many imaginative ways with which we can allow the body to engage with the animated artifact with all its senses. I argue that beyond feelings of nostalgia and luditism, of which artists using traditional animation techniques have been accused, there is something psychologically satisfying in both making and experiencing a film which has a significant handmade component. This argument rests upon some observations made by animation scholars, but can be more easily inferred by the wide range of writings on film, architecture, and other visual arts. The idea of the haptic cinema, the film that affects senses other than vision, has been introduced from various angles. Here are some first ideas of haptic cinema and their origins. The idea that images are films themselves that touch us can be dated as far back as Roman antiquity, according to this passage found in Giuliana Bruno's Surface. Giuliana Bruno herself indulges in descriptions of films or film installations that feel like fabric, like architecture, and vice versa. It is Laura Marx, however, who established the term haptic visuality, as we have seen in a previous presentation, in her survey of non-commercial films that arguably found a place for the body and the non-visual senses, and by extension a place for the displaced filmmakers, either through the content of their image or the emphasis on sound or even experimentations with the celluloid itself. These examples may not pertain directly to the act of crafting each frame individually, but they do underline the importance of tactility, hapticity, and the body in the images that communicate place. Oops. Beyond the moving image, the growing need for haptic experiences in the art and museum world is well described and documented in the Museum of the Senses by Constance Claassen, Concordia professor. And the deduction was clear to me. Sorry. And closer to home, Jennifer Barker sees the physicality of stop-motion animation almost as an extension of our own physicality. When animated objects are recognized for what they really are and not what they represent, they still communicate a certain familiarity and hence validate and value the realm of the body and that of physical space. Finally, Mark Patterson, through the research of art historian Rebecca Mulholt on late Roman mosaics of bathhouses in Palestra in North Africa, makes a case for the oculomotor perception triggered in such visual art forms that are meant to be traveled and walked upon. Again, even the illusion of a floor mosaic had to offer a tactile component that situated the body in space, its own space. For me, well, in my own work, the apparently inanimate city becomes animated, or better still, the anima of the city is revealed, the soul, by the textures and layers that mean to reveal the traces of its people and their lived experiences. It becomes animated by movement and narrative. I now know that whenever the animated objects themselves fail to conceal their true identity, this too sends meaningful information to the viewer about the act of making the image and produces sentiments of comfort and familiarity. For me, research through my practice is threefold: researching the possibilities of handmade animation techniques as a means for sensing, absorbing, and expressing the built environment, and researching ways of disseminating animation, how others perceive it. For the moment, it is primarily the process of sensing and making in which I venture, which I bring, and this brings me to my collaboration with anthropologist Dr. David Howes at Concordia, and the research project he directs, Exploration in Sensory Design, supported by the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada, an opportunity to explore specific space types and their sensoriality through my animation techniques. These include the urban park and the shopping mall for the time being, among others. And here are some preparatory photographs that I took as I was researching the idea of the park. Beyond pure visuality, and certainly beyond any aim at photographic representation and common ideas of perfection, I'm seeking to link my sensory experience of place to my sensory experience of making animation. How is the transfer done? And in what way is a handmade-based techniques privileged vis-a-vis a computer screen? That's the question. In the case of the urban park, thinking about bodily presence, movement, and activity, I thought of the act of drawing as the bridge between responding physically to a physical place and acting out this physical performance in the studio, transferring the drawing into drawn animation. The act of drawing is also an act of recording and an act of internalizing, acquiring a memory. I suspect it is what Juhani Pallasmaa refers to as mimesis when he compares the practice of hand drawing to that of connecting points on a computer screen. He says, whereas the hand drawing is a mimetic molding of lines, shades, and tones, the computer drawing is a mediated construction. Mimesis, the imitative representation of the real world in art and literature, according to the Oxford Dictionary, may well be a way to embody my outdoor experience, internalize it, and freely reenact it in multiple iterations, from static watercolor drawings to hand drawings or of various forms, lending themselves gradually to the moving image. It is a continuum between feeling, sensing, and making, visualizing, which I wish to experiment with and which I hope develops into a method about which I can talk more in the future. For now, just a bit of charcoal animation where, well, there's the hand, obviously, and, and the bark, and how these interact from a personal point of view. And a bit more, yeah. So this represents some exercises using a branch. So it's individual for the moment, experiences. In the case of the shopping mall, I cannot help but think of it as the glossy and unlayered space that goes against all things urban. In an act of wishful thinking, I decided to contrast its artificiality and highly controlled environment with that of an imagined future when malls will fade into ruin. This is already happening, by the way. Again, technique and medium may be able to tell part of the story. Here, the present mall is a section drawn in AutoCAD with photographs processed in Photoshop. Once it disintegrates, the handmade silhouettes and drawings will reveal the city beyond its walls and how the ruins can become an integral and functional part of it. Hence, the exercise is not only that of sensing and perceiving, but also an urban design proposal. My hypothesis is that handmade techniques with the aid of digital technology have not had the last word just yet, as they may be offering a lens through which architects and urban designers view and understand space in ways that pristine CAD drawings and animations do not. And that's just a small excerpt. I don't have sound, but it's okay. There's through the cracks. I need to work on the cracks later. And just some final thoughts that I had the other day. In animation, there's always space to be covered. Division, vision. I believe, well, somebody told me there's an etymological connection, and that, of course, division implies distance, and distance implies desire. Movement to reach things. The temporal distance between frames, their physical separation often, the temporal distance between the instances of their creation, the distance between the beginning and end of a frame's completion, the distance between the body and the object of the image, the distance between the technology of today with what is superseded, the distance between the experienced, the conceived, the executed, the processed, the projected, the perceived. These distances beg to be covered. They had to be desired and walked. And it is this synthesis, this putting together, this traversing that offers meaning, understanding, and fulfillment to the artist. And consequently, it translates into the awe of the spectator. Beyond the typical, how is it done remark, there is that very significant realization. I can see and feel how this is done. I connect with the time it took, the space it occupied, the hands involved, the mood and temper of the human, the manipulator. The walking, traversing of these distances denote space and place. There is eros, and there is pathos, and there is topos, place. Animation is a perfect paradigm of what we had and what we may get in our lives, in our spaces, in our ways of thinking and doing. Thank you very much. at the Burgi Hall next to the part of the Museum of Fine Arts in Montreal, the group Astan and the Shahnameh story. Thank you.
Thank you for your great insight into the great research. It's a very interesting question. How can the aura of architecture of a city can be revealed with animation? You talked about the importance of the creation of the idea. Is this something that is important in your artist practice as well, when you think about the architecture of the city, how this is created? As an architect?
You mean the design of the city, creation of space. Yeah, I have to say also that I have, my master's and my professional experience was in conservation of historic buildings. So a lot of it has to do with design, but also about appreciating certain things that are not seen by the general public. So it's also about revealing layers and making urban designers conscious, hopefully, on what there is and what there is to be valued, maybe seen through a different lens, which incorporates this bodily aspect that maybe all these glossy posters of developers don't really communicate to people.
Are there any questions from the audience?
It's late.
We are all tired already. Okay, Aristofanis, thank you so much. You are around, and if we have a little bit more energy, we will ask you some further questions. Birgitta, I would like to invite you on stage to recap the synaesthetic syntax panel. Oops, we have to.
So unfortunately, we've kind of run out of time. It would have been nice to have a big discussion with everybody and involve everybody in the audience, but we have run out of time. So I was just going to quickly do a quick recap of some of the topics that we've covered today. I wish that we had a lot more time together to discuss these, but we had this morning performance in many senses. We had performance in terms of live improvisation and also efficiency of execution, and that sort of echoed through this afternoon as well. We talked about the experience of using digital technology as one that potentially structures us. The machine teaches us how to use it. And we talked about the automatisms or biases built into apparatuses of hardware, software, and networked surveilled systems. And this afternoon we sort of carried on some of these themes, but what came to talk about the haptic. So we were interested in the haptic in the sense of evoking memory, evoking nostalgia, absence and loss, but also interesting the idea of pleasure and the oxytocin, the happiness hormone that you get through touch, was very interesting with different devices. And also coming through the whole day was the use of touch in crafting, in thinking through making, and the knowledge that's held in the body rather than consciously accessed in the head or through drop-down menus, as Andy said this morning. But I think that in all of this discussion, it's not that we're being anti-digital, it's just that perhaps, as Yoichi suggested, we could think of new interfaces, or Jānis suggested we could think of new ways to interface with the world of computing that might involve gesture, that might involve touch, and new ways of involving the body in working with this material. So very sorry that we can't discuss this further, but we have kind of run out of time, haven't we?
But it's a good reason to continue next year with the topic. And a short recap from my side. We started 3 days ago with a short journey in the past, as we started 10 years ago with the symposium. And we tackled a lot of topics, animation, and a lot of expansions in terms of senses, but also in terms of new technology. Artificial intelligence was a topic yesterday. All these intersections in terms of games, animation, playful environments. We had experts from the industry talking about big screens and new ways of animating characters in feature films. I cannot mention all the topics, but we have recorded everything and it's online, at least right now, so we still have the possibility to listen to experts again and again, as there is so much content discussed and presented in the last 3 days. Thank you so much. I will not mention the team again, but if you are interested in Ars Electronica and Expanded Animation, go to our website and see all the material that we provide for you. Thank you.
So a big thank you to Juergen. And the rest of the team behind the event, there's lots of people working on it. There's students. And as Juergen said, everything is archived and it's on YouTube and it's freely available for people to watch again. And there's an archive of previous events. And also, as regards performance, there's a very interesting performance happening outside the back of this building right about now, if anyone wants to come.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Birgitta.